professional cycling, but I'm really happy that I'm still here to race in Kigali. It really is special to be in Africa. You know, I've been a pioneer for African women cycling for many years. I'm really happy now that towards the latter of my career we are seeing more African women in the peloton performing well. So the future is bright. And I hope today just shines a light on the amazing energy Africa has and the amazing potential.
Because in terms of atmosphere, first of all, what can we expect?
Well, Africa has a special energy, and that's what makes it super special. So I'm really happy to be racing the World Champs in Africa because of that energy. I really thrive on it. The people are just so passionate, so enthusiastic. We've seen it out on the streets. The drums are playing, the locals are out watching. They don't care who wins, they just care that we are here racing on their roads and in their beautiful country.
And you?
Yeah, for sure. I think since I've heard it's going to be in Africa, it was a bit of an excitement. To be honest, it's never been a dream I thought I would be part of. So it's very special to be here in Africa, representing an African country and being one of the favorites and being kind of, chasing the medals. I've never been in this position before, so for sure it adds a lot of pressure. It's the first World Championships I'm ever coming with a big goal. Normally it's to finish the race or to not DNF, so it's very exciting. It's exciting for African cycling, and hopefully it's not the last one.
Do you like the course?
Yeah, the course is really nice. I don't know anyone that would love the course, but it's a really tough course. The conditions are hard, it's really hot. So I think it's going to be a survival game, and the door will be open on the back from the start. So just have to take it as it comes, and hopefully the body reacts the way I want it to react. You never know how you'll feel on the day. You might do all the preps that you've done, or everything perfectly, but unfortunately your body can decide on the day if it's a yes or no.
Thank you very much, Kim.
Your body can decide on the day. Great to hear from Ashley Moorman as well. We heard that from Kim Lecourt. Likewise, the winner of Liège-Bastogne, she took a stage on the Tour de France Femme as well. Great survivor, I think it's fair to say. Ashley Moorman, she could well be, quite frankly, an ambassador for the sport, possibly already filling in that role at 38 years of age. She's been in the top 20 every single time that she has raced in the world, and she's done that many, many times, Ashley Moorman. That is quite a record, isn't it?
Yeah, most definitely. She's ridden the World Championships for the last 15 years. Her best place, top 20, her best place is 8th place. That was surpassed this morning, of course. But I think with Kim Lecourt there as well, she's a terrific Tour de France this year, and the rider from Mauritius. And I think chasing medals. Nice to hear her saying that, because she could be making history herself today for African cycling.
This is the Kigali Genocide Memorial in memory of the genocide that took place against the Tutsi in 1994. It's a very moving place, actually. And what is also remarkable is just how this nation has come back together. And indeed, well, I was going to say reinvented itself, but at its heart, it is a spectacular place. With a wonderful welcome that's been extended to everybody who's visited here, and we absolutely love it. And I think that's the point, isn't it? You have to leave behind the darkness and find the light, and that's precisely what they have done here. And what we've also got is that we have a lot of athletes who are giving it their very best. Nancy Akinya for Kenya, we saw a short while ago, just starting to struggle. Likewise, Uganda's Trinita. Here in the company of Kono from Botswana. So Guinea-Bissau, Comoros, Botswana, Kenya, Uganda, all at the moment, just making sure that they represent the very best. And as you're seeing right now, we've got the best of the future on your screen right now. There's a lot to see if you come here. The IKIGALI National Park has the Big Five, of which the giraffes are one. Don't get close to a giraffe. They've got very long legs as well, I can tell you that much. They're not as friendly and as cuddly as you might think. You know about lions? Yeah, stay in the car. That's what I'm saying. But yes, we've also got gorillas up in the mountains, don't forget. And of course, when you look down from those mountains, you'll see this, which is the pack of elite athletes that are taking on a course, and they're now beginning to realise exactly what they've got to deal with in terms of altitude gain. There's plenty of it. Climbing here will knock back the pace. It will also knock back a few ambitions by the end. It's a question of survival, I'm actually wondering how long it's going to be before we actually get somebody brave. From this distance, you'd have to be very brave indeed, Brian. And I think the pace is being maintained by those teams that just want a modicum of control, at least for now, because they want some energy later on.
Yeah, we heard from some of the African riders in this race, and it's very important. It's going to be about attrition throughout, and that's why no one's really kind of striking out for glory. Sometimes a lot of the kind of smaller nations like to do that, like to make a name for themselves, like to kind of put themselves on the map, show themselves to friends and family, and show the country off in a race like this. Of course, not everybody can win today, and being realistic, some of the kind of smaller countries are here just to participate and try to finish. I've been in that position myself many years ago, going to the first World Championships, and my goal was going there to honour my nation of Great Britain and to finish the race, of course. And there are a few riders that are just thinking about getting round, but I would expect some riders from some of these nations to put their nose in the wind and maybe try something. But I think everybody knows that this is probably one of the hardest ever courses that we've had at World Championships. When you consider the altitude meters we're going to gain throughout the whole race, the humidity, the elevation we're up at the moment in Kigali, you factor in all these, you look at all the other races that we already had. With the junior women's race this morning, the winner pretty much almost collapsed after the finishing line. That's how hard it is.
The Volcanoes National Park, look at that, absolutely spectacular. These are nature reserves that are protected, and as a result, within those volcanoes, you'll find the mountains gorillas, and thankfully populations have rebounded and indeed are very much on the up, which is fantastic. Also look after white rhino in these parts, I can tell you that much. Well, a whole panoply of different nations across the front line here, and giving an opportunity, I guess, for some to be seen up at the front. Tony Campbell of Trinidad and Tobago looms a very large figure at the front. Meanwhile, others just starting to feel the impact of what's been a tough day. Tanzania's Asga Abdullah, just off the back, around 100. Needs some practice pinning on those numbers, I can tell you that much. Number 95 as well here is Kapviulede from Benin. Meanwhile, checking out some of the rice paddies in this part of the world, you also, of course, have an awful lot of tea. Yeah, first brought by Germans, would you believe, in the 1920s. Obviously saw what the Brits were doing around the world and thought, hang on a minute, we should like some local tea. And they produced the most amazing aromatic black tea and white teas as well here, I've got to tell you. But yeah, just try it. Get yourself a nice cup of tea. Be looking forward to a little bit of that myself later on. There are some of the pickers that make sure that the leaves aren't damaged. They're then dried out in the natural sunshine. And in fact, the highest grade of tea is called Neofan tea, Brian?
Yeah, there's a lot of tea there, but I didn't know there was tea in this part of the world.
Yes. Do you know why it's called Neofan tea? That is absolutely true. They actually, when they grind the tea, they drop it in front of a fan, and the heaviest part of the leaves without the stalks is closest to the fan, and that's where you get the richest tea. And it kind of grades itself to dust. What an amazing way of grading tea.
Well, I'm a big fan of tea. Would that help?
Yes, it would. But if you buy Neofan tea, it's going to cost you a lot of money. If you get the dusty stuff towards the end, still get a good cup of tea.
Being Scottish, I'm not.
It has, but it doesn't declare it. Meanwhile, no declaration just for the time being, but I'm afraid Benin, we just saw one cyclist suffer, and Awisu, I'm afraid, likewise for Benin, just finds itself off at the back. When you actually look at the equipment as well, some on pretty standard road bikes, the elite bikes, very, very different, Brian, up front.
Yes, indeed. There's a big contrast with what's on offer for a lot of the kind of smaller countries. It comes down to economy for most countries, and possibly individuals, because I'm not too sure if there's federations and what federations there are in some of these kind of smaller African riders. But to hear from Ashley Millman-Pasio, who comes from South Africa, she's probably the most experienced African cyclist, and I know, having worked with an African team, I took the first African team to the Tour de Men's France, and just the atmosphere was incredible. The riders that were there, the experience to go through that with them, and to hear Ashley Millman-Pasio saying that, and she's spot on. These people are here to enjoy themselves and support every bike rider. They're just happy that the World Championships are here. They don't care who wins. They just want to enjoy the festival that is the World Championships here.
We love cycling, and we love this as well. Look at the course. Suddenly, you're into cobbles, and these are serious. You get your gear exchange wrong as you hit the cobbles, you're going to be in trouble. You can find yourself as well sort of shaken out of your own cleats. We've seen that in the junior race a little bit earlier on. You've got to take care on this kind of surface. It doesn't matter how many times you reach it, every time is different because of the fatigue levels that start to magnify throughout the entire run. And that, indeed, that shock really that you achieve every time you hit this surface, I mean, it adds yet another element to just how difficult this course is.
Yeah, that's the problem you've got, for anybody watching some of the cobble races in Belgium. It's not just about the steepness, it's it's the traction over these cobbles that's almost make this climb steeper than it is.
Well, there you are. It kind of a climb is as difficult. You're always saying this, Brian. A climb is as difficult as you make it in terms of how you take it on. And when you add in a surface such as this, it magnifies the difficulty of any percentage you're dealing with.
Yeah, it is all about traction, and you're bouncing around in these cobbles, even going uphill. You can see, the chain rattling and things like that. To ride across cobbles like this, to try and kind of smooth them out a little bit, what you actually tend to do is ride a slightly bigger gear to try and kind of smooth out, kind of try and power across. Of course, in the World Championships, over this type of distance, you want to save energy, and the way to save energy is by going up the climbs in a very small gear. When you go up in a small gear, you bounce around a little bit more, so it's getting it right.
Well, just check out those that want to mark out each other at the moment, getting a clear view, especially when the pack like this, Brian. You don't want to start nudging into people who are maybe struggling just a little bit more than you, and as a result, the safest place to be almost is at the front. Some of the bigger teams have bagged that position at the moment for good reason.
Yeah, it's just a compliment to the riders that we've got in this race already. We've seen a few crashes in some of the other races. No incidents as yet in the women's race, and I hope it stays that way.
Well, just starting to struggle. If you're struggling now, you're going to have, I'm afraid, a torrid time as we go deeper into this race. And Laurie Millet, I'm afraid, is already off the back. They do have Magdalene Valliere, who is here. Now, the course suits that Canadian rider very much indeed. An outside hope, you might say, but I think a very, very strong contender. She's still got Baril, Fortin, Jackson. These are all very much rolling terrain athletes. And when you get that, it kind of, having that level of support, having teammates around you, even just vocal, quite frankly, or just a sense that they're there for you, can actually bring you an awful lot of strength. So don't be surprised if we get some surprises today. And I think Valliere is one of those for Canada. There could be some others that you really need to start marking up as potentials to surprise today. I've got a feeling that Niedermeyer for Germany as well. She's supposed to be backing up Lana Lippert, who was fourth, don't forget Lippert, in well, it was last year and 2 years prior to that. But she's got great support here with Niedermeyer, who's a very good climber, and I think it might be that Niedermeyer herself, who was 18th in Glasgow, is somebody who could come through. Franziska Koch as well. She's got breakaway plans apparently, if you ask inside the German team. Thank you, Carlson, for that. So yeah, she's somebody that might well mix it up and force others to chase on. And that kind of strategy, Brian, it might be a little while before we start to see it, but it's going to happen.
I'm kind of surprised that we haven't seen anybody try to go for the moment. Normally that is the case, especially the World Championships. they might be waiting until they cross the finishing line, because when they cross the finishing line they do have a little bit of a descent. That's probably the easiest part of this course today, but for most it's the kind of stronger nations, it's towards the front. To the right hand side you see the French, the Dutch are up there. They will always try to control this, but yeah, for others it's just about, you know, doing as many laps, staying in this race as long as possible.
Basiga at the back here, number 99 for Kenya, leaving just Kipligat from their free rider team a little bit further up the road. Meanwhile, Potapova from Kazakhstan is struggling, leaving Osim. We said just how tough this course is. I think everyone's giving it a lot of respect at the moment, Brian. The attrition rate already high. We will see riders gated here. In fact, I think we witnessed earlier on in for example, the men's junior race. I think we had 60 finishers. The line was drawn. Behind that, everyone had found the gate.
Yeah, in that race in Friday morning there was 66 finishers. They draw the line at 15 minutes. If you're 15 minutes behind, you get taken out the race. So for a lot of these riders, even getting dropped now, the chances of finishing are very, very slim, because there is a 15-minute cut-off. But yeah, I think you're right. Definitely a lot of these teams giving this race and this course a lot of respect. Of course, most of the stronger nations are towards the front. But just wait till we get past the finishing line, and I do believe that there might be one or two nations might decide to do something. But you can see at the back, Urska Siga for Slovenia in the green jersey of Slovenia, of course. The girlfriend of Pogacar, but she's a good rider herself.
She is. At the moment, she's keeping herself out of the wind. You can see that sort of Dalo green just to the back as they take the line for the first time. Well, we now have 10 laps to be completed. So we had 3/4 of a lap to introduce us to the Diamond 10. Should be a Diamond, doesn't it? Look at all 10. The tortuous 10, perhaps. Already some struggling. But long way to go as well. Mexico just coming at the back of the feet zone here, just trying to find out a Swanee. I wonder if there's neutral Swanees at the side of the road. There must be, surely. Because picking out your team, and it looked like we had somebody out, but I think it was the other side of the barriers, just got themselves out of shape. Maybe just late to the feed zone. I think that's possibly what it was. One of the helpers just getting up there, dropping the bike to try and hand out a bottle. Too late, it's going to be it. Has to be next time by. A full lap here, Brian, is a long time to wait if you've already got a thirst on to get back to the feed zone.
Yeah, exactly that. And you know, we saw in the under-23 men's race that the Belgian team just kind of rode on the front, a little bit like many years ago when Great Britain led Mark Cavendish in Copenhagen to victory, and they've not been doing it as yet. So there's a few of the top teams towards the front, but nobody kind of trying to kind of dominate the pace for the moment anyway.
A lot of chit-chat going on there, as you can see, just as they came through the feed zone. In fact, some riders trapped in the middle, just pointing out, and indeed missing the drink this time by. Lake Kivu, I remember when I was in this part of Africa, heading to an open-air restaurant, and I asked if I ordered fish. And then I thought to myself, oh my goodness, we're so far away from the sea. Is this fish? I was worried. I was thinking, is this fish fresh? And I asked the waiter in my sort of broken communications, let's say, if the fish was fresh. And he banged a ladle on the table and brought everyone's to attention. And it was a big restaurant, I can tell you that much. And he had a look at the fish. He said, he spoke French. He said, this gentleman has asked, he said, the monsieur has asked, how fresh is the fish? How young is the fish? I asked, quel âge? I didn't say how fresh is it. I said, what age is this fish? And he said, he wants to know how old the fish is. He had a look, and then he said, I can tell you that it has not got gold teeth. The whole place burst out laughing. and of course it was a freshwater fish, and it was absolutely delicious. I ate it with blushing cheeks that I leave now temerity to us. It was gorgeous. In fact, you do get some piquant food here. It's absolutely lovely. 53 kilometres an hour. We'll be nudging up to sort of 70, 75 on some of the descents here, and wherever you have climbs, you have descents, and some are quite focused, Brian. We do have a bit of pace about the circuit as well.
Yeah, there's a couple of tricky corners, and in fact, onto both our climbs, the golf course climb and of course the cobble climb. It's an abrupt start to both of these climbs with a sharp kind of left-hander, but and more so it's a kind of swooping course. When the pace gets a little bit quicker, you probably ride this course towards the front rather than the back. But in these few laps, normally in the World Championships, you can afford to kind of sit towards the back a little bit and just follow the wheels, especially if you're the only rider of your nation.
Slovenian champion, looking at her right now is Uzka Zigat. Meanwhile, Mauritius, well, here we are. Abandonment, and this is not good. This is Demarnier. I assume that was Halbwatz, but Kimberly Lecourt is going to be isolated. 2 teammates out.
Yeah, she is one of the favourites for a medal today, Kim Lecourt, and I think with it being in Africa, she's super motivated. But like you say, unfortunately, starting with 2 down to 1, it's or actually starting with 3 and down to 2 riders now. It's going to be difficult.
Yeah, Marina Arrest and Halbwatz were there together. I believe she's now isolated, Kimberly Lecourt. Well, we shall see. There's some spectacular things to see here. Do you go fishing, Brian?
Not as much as I'd like to. I prefer sea fishing to freshwater.
Do you know why? Because it's active, that's why, Brian. You don't just sit and look at a float. You're winding in those mackerel all the time. I know your way. Look at this. If anything, this is a celebration of cycling. The party started a week ago.
It's been brilliant to see. Great atmosphere. One thing it reminds me of is I'm not a runner, and I get coached into doing a marathon, and it turned out to be the New York Marathon. And I'm not joking you, Carlton. It's the best place to see New York, best way to see New York. Every road I went down, there was a band or something. Everybody was early in the morning drinking champagne, enjoying themselves, and I don't think they really kind of cared about the runners. All they were doing is, this is an opportunity to have a party in every street in New York, and it's the same here. Every part of the course, they're all having a party, just enjoying themselves and enjoying the atmosphere.
Well, as you know, the UCI is about all cycling disciplines, and every now and again we have ourselves a Super Worlds, Brian, where all different disciplines come together.
Yeah, the first one was in Scotland, and I'm so proud to say that. It was in Glasgow, next to where I'm from, Paisley, but it was brilliant, a great atmosphere as well, where all disciplines in cycling came together.
And it's coming again. The UCI, looking after cycling, whether that be on 2 wheels, 3, you name it, we're looking after you. Meanwhile, Karina Schreimpf is looking after herself, and the first little prod. So to get out up the front and indeed potentially, she would hope, tempt somebody to come and join her. But with 145 kilometres to go, this is a hit and hope, I'm afraid. That's too far to go solo. Then again, in the men's junior race, we saw a lot of bravery there, didn't we, Brian, a couple of days ago?
Yeah, we did indeed, and you know, just to update, Trentino has been awarded the 2031 UCI Super World Championship, so that'll be a date for your diary over 2 weeks, every discipline coming together.
It's going to be amazing. Meanwhile, out in the lead, Schwab has gone for it. You know, if your belief is that the day ultimately may not feature you, then make sure that you shout loud and proud early on. She's on her own, is Karina Schwab, in more ways than one. No teammates in this race, it's down to her, and she's decided that she's going to grab a bit of the limelight, and you'd think that some others would do precisely the same as you said.
Yeah, I was thinking that, of course, Austria have done well in these championships, okay, already. She is, you know, former national champion, and you know, she's got some decent results this year. Of course, she is the only representative from Austria. 30-year-olds, and raced for Phoenix Deconic World Tour team, but decided that maybe this isn't a race that's, you know, it's probably going to suit her, but you know, wants to show everybody and, you know, put her name out there.
Well, exactly that. And that's good to see. You can see Mauritius just up to, and there'll be a few others as well. Here is the Niambogogo district where all of the team coaches are assembled. This essentially is a national service park for everybody, just to make sure that they get the help they need. There are some generic services as well. And to be fair, a lot of the bigger teams will help out their rivals from smaller nations. You often see that, Brian. Riders just coming asking for a little bit of help from some of the engineers who will offer up their assistance if they've got time. Zheng Yuao, or should be Lu Yao Zheng, the 27-year-old, fourth in the Asian Championships, as you see, but Chinese champion likewise. Just struggling a little bit in the cars. I don't know whether this is her making her way back in or indeed dropping back. I think it's coming in. I would just, I'm going to marvel at a few little windows into what you can find here in Rwanda. Some of the lane places, some of the markets, etc., are absolutely wonderful, where you can find all kinds of produce. But I've got to tell you, some of the tailoring services here are amazing. If you're looking for a loud shirt, head over to the Kimaronko market, bringing in all of the fresh produce. And I always think if you head off to a market, you see the very best of a nation. Slightly grumpy nuts out of there, but nonetheless, it is lovely. It's not just about fresh produce as well. You can actually find yourself, as I said, if Brian is after one of those groovy shirts that he's renowned for, it's the place to go. Oh look, they're knocking up one of your techno shirts, Brian, just black and white.
Yeah, I don't mind a little bit of black and white.
On or off, that's it. Same as techno, isn't it? Brian's favourite kind of music. There you are. Plenty of smiles. That's what we need. Plenty of miles or kilometres still to go. We have 142 lying ahead of us. 39 seconds is the advantage of Schwab for the time being. Nobody else tempted. It's almost like they are afraid of their rivals here. If anything, this day is going to come about timing. The question is, when is that time? We saw it in the junior race where we got a spectacular winner who decided that the time to go was 36.5 kilometres out.
Yeah, it was the same in the under-23 race where it was pretty much dominated by the Belgian national team. And, okay, Rita kind of cracked a little bit in the end, and we had, you know, a really nice winner, but you know, this women's race, I think it's going to be very similar to the men's race tomorrow. That you know, a lot of respect for, you know, this course, and it's a case of just kind of waiting. And I think this race will really kind of kick off in the last couple of laps. A little bit like the junior women's race that we had, the first time we've ever had that at a World Championships. So I think this will be a slow burner, this one today.
Yeah, it would be nice, yeah, but I think everybody who is competing here would like to be world champion. It's a great honor to be a world champion and to be able to ride when you're in the stripe. So yeah, the fight will be on.
Did you watch the other races this week to try and maybe understand what would happen today?
Yeah, I did. It's quite difficult to predict already in our category. I mean, yeah, we have more riders, so it makes a different race. But yeah, you can see in many categories the strongest rider wins. So that's going to be quite fair. But yeah, how it will develop, I think can be different also than if we saw in the other categories. I mean, looking the boys, they just fly in, and the girls a bit more conservative. I think we are a bit in between, maybe.
You like the course anyway?
I like the course. It's really hard. I know already from the time trial as well. If you blow up, probably you're finished. So spend it wisely, your energy, and it's going to be really tough anyway.
Twice a world champion, Anna van der Breggen. Can she do something here today? I guess we're going to find out. Great honour, as she said. She also said, a little bit more conservatively, it seems nervous to me. There's nobody in communications here with each other. There's very few words being exchanged. Everyone kind of knows their duties, but this is not a kind of a festival ride, if you will. This is a serious business. Looking at the gaps here between our rider up the road, that's where they are on our circuit, just for the time being. Extraordinarily sinuous around this great city. I guess the gift for her is that she can get to the feet as easily as anybody here. Italy just doing much of the tracing just for now. Just sitting inside is Australia. A few of those who've had to call it a day. Just getting into the pit area. This is Magura of Guinea, joining Comoros, Guinea-Bissau, Tanzania, Botswana, Kenya down to one, I can tell you. Uganda with Trinidad also out, both for Benin as well. It's very, very tough. I mean, even just keeping up on rolling approach pace with professional athletes is a very difficult thing if you are functioning as a very, very strong amateur, let's put it that way. This is the Nyungwe National Park, and it is here where you will find the mountain gorillas, population of which has vaulted since the protection orders were put in place, and a very, very committed decision to indeed put conservation at the forefront. So look after those great creatures. Meanwhile, taking on board the drinks as you can get them. Riding sensibly, perhaps, is Özge Ziegert. She's very much hovering at the back at the moment, and I think as the attrition rate starts to pick up, the chance of any touches of wheels is starting to dissipate just a little bit. The gap's up to 1:11, and Schrempf is still out here, and as you can see, she's in for the long haul. She's stacked up with gels there, Brian.
She is indeed, and maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from the Olympic Championship, the Olympics when it was in Beijing, when the Austrian rider went down the road and everybody kind of forgot about her, and you know, she took the Olympic title, and Schwarzberger I think it was, but yeah, maybe taking a little bit of inspiration from that. I don't think that will be the case today. I think we are going to see an exciting race come the finish, but it's one of these situations, Carlton, if you're a single rider like Ziegert is here, the easiest place and the safest place is probably at the front or the back. And of course we see them go through the pit area where they're trying to grab bottles, and the under-23 race we saw a little bit of a crash, and that's what you don't want. So you do take a little bit of risk coming down here, but I think you have to read the race as well, and I think reading the race is very important. I really don't think anything is going to happen too much. Okay, we've got the Austrian rider She ran down the road on her own at 1 minute 17 seconds. I don't think that's a major concern for any nation in this race today. So it's just a case of keeping out of trouble. And
yeah, it's definitely different to anything else we've used to racing in. It's different conditions, but yeah, the atmosphere on the course is amazing. But yeah, training-wise, the roads have been really nice. Once you get out of the city, it's beautiful nature. Yeah, you see people in their daily life, and yeah, it's a bit eye-opening to see a different world.
Now it's time to race. What can we expect from you on this race, on this course?
Yeah, it's not a perfect course for me. The climbs are short, explosive, with the cobbles, but in the end it will be a lot of altitude meters, and I count on my durability, fatigue resistance, and I hope I can be there in the end. It will be hard to follow all the right moves, so we'll have to gamble a little bit and hope for a bit of luck. Also good legs you need. We saw in the other races that the legs are important.
One of the most important things that you have to avoid is isolation on a day like this. And even the very best can find themselves tagged off. She's riding at the back at the moment is Gusiganwa. That's by design, and as soon as any gaps open up by some of the athletes who are starting to struggle at the back, she's filling in that gap and then going to the next group. She's riding clever, Brian. She's staying in touch with the main body of the peloton without getting herself disengaged, which is a big danger here.
yeah, you have to take a chance when you're on your own. There's not a lot you can do. You have to try and kind of look after yourself and do what's best for you. And she can kind of duck and dive at the fronts. We've got Alison Jackson on the front here, former Paris-Roubaix winner. But this is a total different kettle of fish this race today. But you can kind of find your place at the front, but if you're trying to kind of fight to keep that position, it's a little bit easier, especially when she's the sole representative of Slovenia. She's just sitting in the back and making sure that she just saves as much energy as she can, and she'll have to choose when to come to the front, because that will be the moment. You have to be in the race to be able to kind of feel what's going to happen, and it'll be interesting to see what nation really kind of takes this on, because there's a few of the stronger nations towards the front, although nobody's kind of really kind of taking it on. I do expect from previous World Championships, and I said it right from the start, that the Netherlands are the most successful. They won it 14 times compared to France at 10. But France really do have, I think, the big hope. Tour de France winner, Pauline Prevot, and I think you can see them riding towards the front in the dark blue white sleeves with red on them. I think they'll be looking at Pauline to win this world title again, which she won in 2014.
It's a long old gap, isn't it? I think it will be the record as well, 11 years between, the record distance between championship titles for Pauline Prevot. She won Paris-Roubaix, of course, as Brian said, the Tour de France as well, Tour de France fan. So yeah, I don't know, it would be spectacular if she did, but she's got to be amongst the favourites. I think both she, Vollering and Van der Breggen, two real big names for the Netherlands. I think Garcia for Spain actually needs to be looked out for as well. They've had success in these championships, and would like a little bit more, quite frankly. Longa Borghini, I'm not quite sure what to expect, but then again I keep saying that. She took bronze in the Worlds in different categories, but in 2012, 20, and of course last year as well. So she's medalled as the Italian. She'll certainly be part of proceedings, and they've set their stall out early. Have indeed Italy with 7 riders, same number as the Netherlands, who had the right to fight with 8, but have indeed come with 7. Belgium with just 3 athletes, which is something of a surprise. Thought there'd be more. None from Great Britain. Chloe Daggett in the United States, just 2 representatives. Daggett backed up with Ruth Edwards. Just back to Özge Ziegert. She's actually surfing at the rear brilliantly at the moment. Just as others fade, she just moves slowly forward. And don't be surprised if you do get some surprises. As Brian was saying, it can happen at any level. It also happened in the women's road race in the Olympics, as he so graciously reminded us. Meanwhile, you look at who is dominating at the front. It's got very much a European feel.
Yeah, very much so. They're kind of dominant continent. 52 riders they've got in this race. Twice as more as the Africans at 25. So it's most of the kind of Europeans that are towards the front of this race, just making sure that they're in control. But still this gap increasing for 147 to or so train in front, and you know, she must be having a whale of a time in front, because you know every person is looking at her, supporting her, encouraging her, but it's still a long, long way to go in this race.
Well, you know, even if it comes to naught for Karina's strength, there's no certainty in that, no absolute certainty anyway. She's going to be having a party every single time she passes by. The fans, the start-finish line as well. It's going to be a memorable moment. But yeah, she's a decent time trialist as well, I've got to tell you. So yeah, she can indeed bury herself in that regard, and indeed occasionally just shine very brightly. She did bronze medalist in both the time trial and the road race back home, but here very much on her own. She's made the trip at the age of 30. And here she is, up another rise in the full hoarded section. There's a cruelty about the finish, Brian. You keep thinking, I do anyway, I keep thinking it's over. And then, of course, there's another dip and another rise before we finally get to the line.
I think it's possibly the hardest finish to the World Championships in recent years, or in my time on this earth, because I was trying to think of a similar finish, maybe when the one we had in the Netherlands when Philip Gilbert won the men's title there up the Coburg, and it continued on there. But this is a very difficult finish, and sometimes we only know the winner in the last few metres.
Let's see, at the moment, Karina Schrenf is leading, and the clock is now going to give us a definitive count back to the pack, and here they come. There seems to be a bit more urgency about them, even on the last climb. Seems to be more of a pickup. Van der Velde at the back again, with Ziggert staying here, but as you can see, it's thinned down quite substantially. Meanwhile, whatever vantage point you can possibly get is being occupied here, as you can see, and the enthusiasm for this competition and indeed over the fans is just so lovely to see. They're beating the hoardings here. This to me looks like we have probably lost about a third of the field, Brian, already.
Yes, indeed, and you know, we started with 104 riders. We've already lost quite a few riders, and you know, when they come across the finishing line, we will know how many riders are left in the race.
We will. Quite a few have been gated, so they will be sitting down and enjoying our commentary. Hopefully you are at home. If you'd like to find us out there, then if you just do a quick search for Brian Smithy, that's my friend Brian Smith here, Brismithy, or indeed myself, Carlton Kirby, that's Carltonkiirdy. Then you'll find us, and maybe you can have a chat with us today. We might indeed find time, but this can explode in action at any time. But as it stands, we still have a goodly distance to be completed, but look at the gap that Karina Schrenf has done. What would happen if Karina Schrenf laps the field?
Well, I don't think that's going to happen, but yeah, it would be very, very interesting.
They couldn't gate the field, but she just had to stay with them. They'd have to treat it a bit like a points race, or indeed, a sprint race, I should say, within the track, where you lap the field, you're basically a lap up. It's just straight point to point. I'm going to gate everybody. You need a silver and a bronze medal. Meanwhile, here we are. That's over 2 minutes, Brian. She's done a good job.
She is, and you know, I was just looking at the women's road race at the Tokyo Olympics, and it was Anna Kessenhofer for Austria that took that one, and you know, that was from an original breakaway. There was a lot of that controversy that the Dutch riders didn't know what was happening until it was too late, and you know, they lost out. But at the end of the day, I don't think lightning's going to strike twice. I think they all know what the situation is, but you know, bold move here from the Austrian.
Well, if you do come to this part of the world, make sure you get out and about. Often worth paying to have a guide to take you through the day, and quite often that can be very easily found. I always found the best way is actually to approach the universities. And I did tell myself actually, and said, if you've got anyone that is studying botany, and was put in touch with a student and enjoyed a day out with him, and it was absolutely fantastic, fascinating, because even stuff that he didn't realise was that magnificent or important, I found absolutely amazing. And at the end of the evening, he took me home, I had dinner with his family, and it was just the most wonderful experience. Well, this is your eco-tourism park. That's what I was telling you about the big five. But yeah, just take yourself a guide, and I'll tell you about all the different herbs and pick-me-ups. There was a seed ball that I bought, which I was told was extremely helpful at allowing you to breathe more clearly. It was basically menthol. So you ground it down, mixed it with oil, and then just dabbed it underneath on your top lip, and you breathe menthol, and honestly, it was absolutely fantastic. So yeah, just natural ecotourism. You can go and enjoy the ecotourism parks. There's plenty of them around here as well. So you get to see some of those creatures that might take you days just to get a rare sighting, and you'll see them stacked up and, well, there for your convenience, if you will. Where else are you going to see them? Lots to see here, lot to do, and certainly worth the trip. And I think those who have made the trip are absolutely loving it. I know that the likes of Remco Evenepoel have fallen in love with the place.
I can believe it. I think there'll be a few people looking at these World Championships and maybe thinking, maybe I should have come.
Yep,
you know,
definitely.
Look, we mentioned the Belgian team. They're defending champions. It depends on national rankings, and you know, with the Belgium being, you know, up there in the rankings and having defended champion, they were the only team allowed to have 8 riders in this race. We've sent 3. All the other bigger nations, with the Netherlands, Italy, and France, all have 7 riders.
How many have Great Britain got?
0. They're concentrating on the European Championships, which are on next week. I think they're just looking at costs, you know, and of course success.
Well, with a very strong Netherlands team here, it can get a bit scary. Italy, France as well, Spain, dare I say. I can understand it. You know, it's I guess, you know, how you moderate your effort. But I think people who are watching this now, Brian, must be thinking, "Gosh, I wish I'd gone."
Yeah, when you look at it, it's
wonderful.
I think Tom Pidcock was saying that it's like the old Quartermonks, and as soon as you say that, you started to think of maybe Matthew van der Poel. I think Lottie Kopecky just thought, you know, it's a long season for her. She was a bit fatigued, and potentially this course round here in Kigali in Rwanda was a little bit too difficult for her. So when you look at it, and there was a lot of talk about how difficult this course was, and I think that swayed whether the riders came or not.
Pauline Ferrand-Prévot, 33 years of age now. This would be something. Tour de France winner, of course, Paris-Roubaix. Won the Worlds in 2014. Going to hear from Elisa Longo-Borghini in a few moments' time. Somebody as well who has had a great deal of success and we'll see whether it's a very good course for her, just how suited she is.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you never know with this weather. It's very humid, it's pretty warm, and the circuit is very tough. But for sure, I had a good preparation. I don't know how I will feel because it's a long time I don't race, but I'm here to see and to try something with my national team.
Tactically, it's going to be a game of patience.
For sure, you need to be patient in this kind of lap, but I expect a fast race because there are many strong national teams, and I do believe that they want to break away or they want to make the race hard.
Make the race hard. The geography is doing precisely that. So yeah, sometimes you've got to moderate your performance. Just hanging at the back here, Julie van der Veld. Definitely a contender. Kind of a classics rider as well. So somebody that can kind of cope with this course, Kigali City Tower. Very much part of the financial district here as well, overlooking proceedings, possibly one of the best vantage points as well for the remainder of the day. Very tall drapes there, suggested that 3 windows per floor. A lot of light. Well, this is a guiding light, almost a beacon, I think you might say, for the World Championships. That's what we're dealing with. As they spread across the road, they're kind of looking at each other at the moment. This feels like we're up for a bit of activity. Well, let us see. It's certainly just starting to get a little bit dark here. I'm actually wondering whether we might have rain as part of proceedings. It has been predicted, Brian.
Yeah, it has, and I hope it stays off. It'll be the first one that we've kind of really had. We've seen some spots of rain, of course, in the time trials, but nothing has come too much of it. Over the finishing line, we had 72 riders of the 104 that started this race still in this main peloton. Of course, we've got the sole leader at 2 minutes and 13 seconds, absolutely enjoying riding around this course on her own. I wouldn't say it's the fastest start. We saw some of the lap times there coming up 23, 24 minutes. The under 23s were going round here at 20 and 21 minutes. But this pace will ratchet up as we further we get into this, and I think this peloton of 72, it looks as if it will stay together almost until the last kind of 2 or 3 laps, where I think there'll be an explosion of activity.
I think so. That's not to say that there's an awful lot of work, there's not an awful lot of work being done here. There is. Australia, they come here with Brodie Chapman, great deal of experience. Amanda Spratt as well, I think, is possibly their protected rider, but you never quite know how this one will pan out. Amanda Spratt now 36 years of age. Sometimes wisdom counts for an awful lot, Brian, and you can carry it, sustain it well, especially, dare I say, on this kind of course.
Yeah, exactly. We've heard from a few of the athletes already today, and you know they're all saying virtually the same thing. It's about how hard this course is. It's about the altitude, the meters gained throughout the race, the humidity, everything that adds a factor to this race, and that's why we're not seeing a lot of athletes trying to go down the road. We've seen one attack, one rider in the breakaway, and it's this rider here, Karina Schrempf from Austria. She came here pretty much as a one-person team, and she's obviously thought that she's going to have she's going to make her presence felt in the World Championships. Some do this, some don't, but I'm just surprised that nobody decided to join her.
The river being set at the moment. There is a very high-paced descent which will take this group into a pinch point. Now, we just skirt around this little, it looks like a building site, I have to say, but once they just get over this little rise, the pace is going to increase, so hopefully we'll stay away from the drummers while we just get down to this left-hand turn at the bottom of this descent. Here we are, we sort of scream by this park area, and then we'll pick up for the first of the 2 major climbs that we have to deal with as part of the circuit. And in fact, as we just dwell on the Kimihurura roundabout park here, it's in the centre of town. It's kind of like a green belt, if you will, for you to just go and gather yourselves, which is what everyone is doing. Suddenly the pace is going to pick up. They will scream down towards the foot of the climb. And they're not all going to fit into the left-hander. Now, I'm describing it to you now because it's going to be a significant part of the course a little bit later on. Meanwhile, already on the climb, as you will see in a few moments' time, is our breakaway rider. I want to see the pack coming through that dramatic turn in a few moments' time, because they're just... It kind of feels a bit like pre-launch at the moment. Here's our sole rider who's on the climb, and some gradients of getting on for 12-13% within it. Seems a bit benign, but that's a good shot for us. You can see just the angle of the hoardings here and how the buildings are indented into the climb. Shrev taking it on nicely, holding a margin, and in fact pushing it out to 2 minutes and 45 as we speak. Nobody tempted to reach out for glory from the pack just yet. Goes back to what I was saying about some of the wisdom of the older riders. How much of the pace they're dictating, I do not know. But it's about the future. Now then, the immediate present is this corner. They bounce into it. Beautiful shot. And indeed, something that's going to get ever more dramatic a little bit later on. 3 minutes getting on for is a good gap.
Yeah, significant. You know, just coming over the top of the climb now. This is the golf course climb, and you know the riders in the peloton led by Italy coming to the bottom of the climb. So she doesn't look under pressure here, Karina Schrempf. She's riding within herself, so nice, cool and compact as you can be in this humidity, but she's not overly stressed. She knows there's a long way to go to the finishing line, but yeah, I think we have to wait a few laps until we start to see some of the stronger teams start to kind of strike out.
This is the convention centre of Kigali. The design is based on an old beehive made of rope. If you ever see a pub in the UK that's called Beehive, that's often how it's represented. Sort of a rope beehive, not the convention centre in Kigali, but you get the idea. Schrempf coming through the service area at the top of this climb. Bottles, well there are some. In fact, she's just been by Swanee, who didn't offer up anything, or was that Denmark? I don't think Denmark are here. Yes, they are, with Sjöberg Andersson. I beg your pardon. Another sole representative from a team that have a great deal of strength in depth. In fact, we've done nothing but speak about Danish cycling for quite some time, it seems, this year. They've had quite a time of things.
They have, and I think it goes towards what Mads Pedersen and the Jonas Vingegaard have done this year. So, yeah, they're riding high in a wave, but there's another nationality that is sent a very shoestring team.
Yeah, sad in a way, but joyous for those who turned up, and thank heaven numerous nations have. And the great thing is, as we mentioned perhaps a little earlier, is just how many African teams started this race. Just looking at the Kigali Genocide Memorial back in 1994, the darkness descended upon this nation, and since then it recovered itself with international help, of course, and now being able to put the sadness of this event, and indeed all those who passed because of it, in a place of remembrance, but also as a reminder of the darkness that can descend on any nation, and indeed any part of the world, and has done historically all over this beautiful planet of ours. It's a question of coming to terms with it, moving on, and that's what we have done here in Rwanda, and the UCI taking a brave and a magnificent decision to actually bring the World Championships here. But that is not to say that we have forgotten what went on here in Rwanda back in the early 90s. .5 kilometres remaining, and the national stadium here, the Amahoro Stadium. Brian, have you had a run around the track, or chucked a javelin, or indeed kicked a goal?
I have, but not here. Interestingly enough, on the course today, there is I don't know if you've noticed it, there's a 4-lane green rubber track next to the golf course. It goes all the way around the golf course, 2.4 kilometres in length. So not only do we see major events here in Kigali for cycling, we see the stadium here, but a nice running track around the golf course.
Yeah. It's good, isn't it? The Amahoro Stadium, by the way, the name means peace. Can also mean love, apparently. And that is in the Kinyarwanda language. 45,000 seats, which is enough to cheer Brian Smith. I know. Yeah, it is, of course, the national stadium. And during the genocide that we mentioned, it became a UN-designated safe zone, sheltering thousands of civilians. So it served more than just a sporting purpose in its history. Very poignant. Triumph. One of the fastest parts of the circuit. Did say that we will be nudging up into the 70s. And here's that bounce. Another one of them. Not quite as focused as the one that took us on to the first climb, but there is another climb to be dealt with, and it's got cobbles. Here we go. Look at the wrists and the elbows, and just believe how uncomfortable this can be. Turning 11% into something that feels nearer to 20% just because of the rolling surface. Not nice, and when we get into full attack mode, which we'll have in the last 3, possibly the last 2 laps, this is going to be the action point, the pivotal point almost of the entire race, man.
It could be the last time up, Captain. You never know, and that's what's going to keep us guessing. Only the riders in the race will know what their tactics is for the duration of this race. We've seen very different races, of course, over the last couple of days, with some really exciting time trials earlier on in the week, and this race will be decided by the road.
Well, at the moment, Triumph is out alone. She's going to start to feel it being on your own, but she's still, the pace that she is putting into this day is still a magnificent one, and she holds around about 3 minutes of a margin. In fact, it's getting closer to 3 minutes than it has been throughout, and well, a little bit of focus coming here. Italy have kept themselves safe. Also first to the feed zone as well. But right now, I'm just looking through this pack and assuming where our favoured status is going to come from. There are some teams with big numbers that are very much focused on one rider. For Spain, that rider is Mavi Garcia. She was 10th in Glasgow. There is, however, you get this within all teams, there's always something of a dark horse, and I'd probably call that Mireia Benito for Spain. And they must have some belief after the junior race, which was absolutely magnificent. Some great performances there. But Spain, do you know when you get success within a team, you know this from the Olympics, Brian, it fires absolutely everybody up, doesn't it? Changes the mood.
Yeah, of course it does. It doesn't matter where it happens within the team, and the medal table so far in this race, or these events, the Netherlands are in 2 golds, 1 silver, 1 bronze. Great Britain in 2 golds, France on 1 gold, 2 silvers, 1 bronze. So that's your top 3. So Spain a little bit below that, but yeah, there are a lot of teams here with strength, but you have to look at last year's World Championships in Switzerland and Zurich, where it was another kind of difficult course. Okay, we've got a few more metres of elevation, a harder task for everybody. But looking at the American team that is here, maybe not the biggest team with 2 riders, Ruth Edwards and Chloe Dargard, but Chloe Dargard doing a good time trial, but let's see what she can do here. 2nd last year in a sprint finish, but this is going to be a totally different race today.
Certainly is. There's only as you can see, we're just getting a countdown to the completion of this climb. Still just over 100 metres to go, less than that now. Eating into it. but it's those a rider who is up front at the moment. You know, when you look at the front of the pack, it just, especially on some of the turns, of course, but it's getting more defined with every single lap. And I think those riders without support riders, without indeed any kind of backup, including Trev, of course, it's going to get more and more wary. How much protection can a team offer you, Brian, on a course such as this, with so many slow sections within it?
I think it's very difficult. It seems to be kind of twisting and turning the whole way around this course. These two climbs come in quick succession. I think the only respite you get is just after the finishing line, where you get a little bit of a kind of downhill before we head out towards kind of golf course. But these laps come up very, very quickly. We're talking about going round here for the women 23, 24 minutes. And that's only going to get faster as this race starts to ramp up. Like many of the races that we've already had in this course, it's not about the action at the front. All the action seems to be the rear on. That door is open on every climb, especially this climb's open, and riders are getting distanced all the time. So this is going to get smaller and smaller, this group. The last time round there was 72 riders in the main peloton. Come the last lap, there could only be maybe 20, 30 riders left.
The struggles are starting to be magnified here, as you can see. Afghanistan, Yıldız Hashimi bravely pushing on here, but looks like the gate will await. Sit back in, one of which was Rwanda's IKIGALI. Just looked like she was struggling a little bit more. There she is actually, IKIGALI. The Rwandan champion, just in good company though. That's Sonara Grove also being found out, perhaps just a little bit on. Do you know what? Having your plastering plates as clappers, I've never even thought of it, but what a great idea. Next time I do some plastering in my kitchen, so, I need to get myself a recording of some of the magnificent music that we've got at the side of the road here. Proper festival this is. No shame in struggling, Brian, the pace has been high.
Definitely, and it's kept consistently high as well. Good to see that so many different nations' flags at the side of the road. Okay, predominantly Rwandan flags, but everybody makes the pilgrimage almost every year to the World Championships, and it's great to see.
Certainly is. Average pace for this women's elite race so far, 35.3 kilometres per hour. I think that's going to nudge up further towards closer towards the 40, but we are now approaching about quarter done, I guess you might say. 75% of the race still remaining, possibly a little bit less than that, maybe 70%, but nonetheless. Look at the trees. We had kind of a breeze really earlier on, 11 kilometres per hour. It seems to have dissipated. It's getting some venting between the buildings here, which keeps the flags proud upon their staffs. But right now, it's a question of just setting yourself a rhythm, getting yourself into a decent place for later on, and starting to look a little bit twitchy. Germany now moving to the front. They have Lana Lippert, who was just missed out on the medals last year, and indeed 2 years prior, finishing at fourth on a couple of occasions. Antonia Niedermeyer is possibly the one to watch. She was 18th in Glasgow, but has actually vaulted in terms of her performances recently. And breakaway plans for Francesca Koch. And I think that is Francesca at the front, if indeed she wants to go and mark herself out. The reason is the gap has actually tumbled. It was up to 3 minutes. It's now been trimmed back down just a little bit. Still counting up, but we'll see. I think it's probably nearer to the 2 minute mark. We're going to find out once indeed roll through. But this will be our definitive measure for you in a short while. A little bit of pickup to be dealt with before we get to that line. Speed cams haven't tripped over just yet. Here's that final little ramplet. This is the zone of cruelty, Brian, right at the very end.
Yes, it's a difficult climb because both climbs are at the steepest at the bottom of the climb, and of course the cobble climb, very significant. left, you see the kilometre to go, it eases a little bit, and this is a real nasty ride up towards the finishing line, and you know, this could be the crucial point come the end, let's see, but I think there's a lot of hard racing yet to be done in this race, and this is why we're seeing this relatively, it does look easy pace, but say that to the riders that are getting distance at the back.
Very much so. This is that final little sequence of rises that we get to, which will bring it to the line. Actually, the gap is still a broad one. I thought we'd be closer to the 2-minute mark, but it sweated out just a little bit. It was around about 3 minutes. There's the final little peak that they've got to deal with. They come up over the top. A lot of careful monitoring going on. Good to see Colombia, of course, also getting animated here, a team that travel well. They are Paula Patino and Dana Penuela. And here we go, it is still holding as a margin. 3:49, may well have shed just a handful of seconds, really, Shred. So still doing a good job, and still no appetite to kind of close down that gap. Problem is, Brian, if you do close the gap, then all hell's going to break loose again, potentially, and everyone is cagey and wary of that, wanting to preserve themselves.
Yeah, exactly that, and it was the Colombian Penuela that led the peloton through that time, and I can tell you that, you know, still in this group we have got still a little bit more than we had the last time. We have got 80 riders, 79 taking away the Austrian in front, so 79, 72 the last time, so pace slowed a little bit, allowed a few more riders to get back that were distanced the previous time, but still a significant amount of riders, and it's just a game of patience today.
This is the IKIGALI National Park, where you can actually see water buffalo and I'm not sure hippos. I don't think they're in this part of the world, but there you are. They're normally river beasts. But yeah, I think it's actually, as I say it, just appearing there may well be entirely wrong. In fact, I'm going to look it up in a few minutes to tell. By the way, hippopotamus, take care, because they are vicious creatures. They might look cuddly and friendly, but they've got a bit of a smiley look to themselves. Oh no. Apparently the most dangerous of all creatures, even more so than crocodiles and lions, so be careful. Yeah. Don't kill the hippo, that's all I'm saying. 117 kilometres. Brian, we've nearly dealt with 50 k's of this course, and already it's had a big impact on some.
Yeah, you can see that Sarah Martin just calling for bottles. There's a couple of feed stations on the course today, but it's so important to drink as much as you can. Of course, we see many of these athletes pouring water in themselves as well to try and keep cool. Normally it's altitude that it kind of suppresses your appetite at this level, so you have to remind yourself to take your nutrition, your gels, your bars, or whatever you've got in your pockets, because all you're looking at when it's warm and humid, like all you're looking at is drinking cold energy of water, pouring water over yourself, trying to keep cool. But you've got to remember you need energy. This race is over 11 laps. It's a long way around, and if you get any one bit wrong, you will pay for it come the end.
Well, there's a whole panoply of different nations represented here, and some of which, I've got to say, have got the absolute grooviest kits. I'm loving Lilbeth Cachon of Venezuela's kit here. So I'm actually thinking about heading down to the jersey sellers here and asking if they've got Treble XL. I'm also wondering if even that will be big enough. We should wait and see. I'll let you know. Australia Strong team with Brody Chapman and Amanda Spratt. I haven't asked you who your favourite status is today.
Yeah, for sure, if I'm here, it's because I want to win, but I mean, we want to win as a team also because we are super strong as a team. And but yeah, after, you know, it's only good pressure because yeah, I didn't expect to do this season, so now it's only like a bonus. And yeah, I will give my best, and if it's enough, it's enough. It's not the end of the world.
You like the course?
I really like the course. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest, but yeah, I like it. I think it's gonna be hard, and we'll have to be patient because yeah, at the beginning maybe, you know, it's like kind of easy, but yeah, at the end we have quite a lot of kilometers, so I think we need to be patient and to just yeah, make the race hard at the end.
What an amazing story it will be. She took her win in Ponferrada, and it will be an 11-year gap if she comes through, Brian. But she's one of your handful to watch, isn't she, today?
Yeah, it's not hard. Tour de France champion, what she did.
And Paris-Roubaix.
Yeah. It's not hard to determine who are the favourites in this race, and I think the top three for me is definitely Pauline Prevot, Jamie Vollering, who is without a world title, and you know, over the last 2 or 3 years, Jamie Vollering has been absolutely amazing. And then Lisa Longo Borghini as well. She's not won the World Championships either for Italy. I think all three teams, and they are the three teams with the most riders here, the Netherlands, Italy and France. And I think that those three riders are significant. Longo Borghini is really strong rider, and I think this course really suits her. But she can't come to the finish with some riders. And then you've got Katrina Nieuwendomo-Finny, who's a very good climber, won the Tour de France last year. But I think that the favourite for me today is Pauline Prevot. I would love it to be the case. She's actually got good backup here. Cédrine Kerobéol, good time trialist, as you well know. And Juliette Labousse as well, a good climber. So she's got good protection. And here we go, suddenly it's kicking off. And Brian said, well, the favourites are. And all of a sudden, all hell breaks loose. Some of these fast approaches to the twists and turns. This will be a good little moment to test and probe those around you. And it didn't work out for everybody. That was Vazoi of Greece that just found herself at the side of the road. This is testing. And as soon as we get the rain as well, it adds in something. We've got down sections of the course. A thrown chain is not what you want. She puts it back together herself rather quickly. But all action at the front, Brian. All of a sudden, as soon as we talk about favourites, it impacts. It wasn't really a surprise there because we saw another athlete there, PAUL from China. With an average pace of just over 37 kilometres an hour, for some, yeah, it's a hard course, a couple of hard climbs on the course, but it just wasn't fast enough. And so, you know, we're starting to see a few of the stronger nations coming to the front and starting to make it, you know, a little bit more difficult. Of course, Italy have been prominent towards the front. We saw that, you know, the Dutch and the Orange were getting involved, so that's all it needs. One catalyst to spark things off, and I think we're starting to see the race warm up a little bit now.
Well, she was road race champion in 2024. Just got edged this time by a good time trialist as well. Who has just gone off and up the road. In the mixed time trial, she finished here in 9th place. The individual didn't really quite go her way. Maybe didn't like the course in that regard on a time trial bike. Well, right now she's on a road bike. She's thriving by the looks of things. And it was, as Brian said, it's the catalyst that actually is a little firework here. Alroy, the 23-year-old, brought here as a big support rider, but also to mark out moves. And was told to get on, put that flyer out. Meanwhile, Suddenly the impact has been reflected further back down the order, I'm afraid, and some are just starting to struggle. You're going to see more and more of that if we get into this. But nonetheless, suddenly, a wake-up for everybody. It's just what we needed, to be honest. We were hovering around 34 kilometres an hour. Suddenly that average has absolutely kicked up. We're going to be finishing, I reckon, just shy of 40 kilometres per hour, possibly closer to it, with still 112 kilometres to go. But it's accounted for, well, about 18 seconds of the gap. It's still being held by this rider, but it shows how wary everyone is that a breakaway, they've got to mark it, because if it's of any strength whatsoever, then it could prove decisive. Just regathering themselves as they come by the visit Rwanda side next to the practice golf course here. And just getting yourself back on. From Ethiopia here, good African representation throughout all of the racing here, and getting some good results as well, Brian, in these championships.
Yeah, they have, you know, a lot of a historical performance this morning in the junior women's event, but yeah, it was Femke de Vries of the Netherlands that kind of kicked things off a little bit there. And then we had, you know, a few other and Roy as well. So it seems like the Dutch want this a little bit more animated. Yeah, it would serve them if this was attritional. Van der Breggen and Bollering could actually hide themselves just a little bit. They've got other cards to play as well. But yeah, if you do have strength in depth, more than that belief, Brian, you can really start to issue those to teams that you perceive that really you could do with thinning out. Yeah, Anna Van der Breggen is the most successful of the riders in this race. She's got 2 golds in the past 2 silvers. She took a couple of years out and is now come back into the sport. To have that sort of experience in the race, I really do think that gives them the kind of slight edge. Of course, the French will have another thing to say about that. And quite interestingly, that Pauline Ferrand-Prévot writes for a Dutch team in Visma Leasebike, but this is about national team France, and like you say, they've got a strong team here. They want success and they can have it. But I think for the Netherlands and the Dutch, they have got, like they always have, you know, a win coming from different quarters instead of just that one rider. Big plan this, 14% right at the very beginning. There's actually sections of it which actually are 18%, would you believe? But yeah, so the averages are taken over reaches of 100 meters and more. So yeah, still, Karina Schwenf is out there with 2 minutes and 40. There's no panic to wind her in, but I think there is a desire to change the complexion of the day. Average pace has just fallen back down again to 36.5, but I think we're going to be finishing around about 40 because this naturally will actually have a bit more pace about it. There is a professional cruising pace, Brian, that is more comfortable. So just look at the pits area, and as you see, time to gather and ponder, and it looks like the entire team here of Kenya are going to shoot the breeze and indeed discuss how the race went today for them. Very much part of the proceedings, it's part of the celebration of cycling, but their day has drawn to a close. Yeah, it's unfortunately good to see them here, of course, and you know the first opportunity ever to ride. Their own country, first time that they're the world championships, but the difference between the top riders in the world and some of the smaller nations is a huge gulf, and you know, with 50 World Tour riders here and 29 riders, not even at 3rd division, not even at continental level. Some of the riders barely race at all, barely go outside their own country, so to be here representing their nation and trying to do their best in the World Championships is good enough for me. A champ started like a cup of tea. Why don't you check out Rwandan tea? Very rich.
kubifasha.
So, settlements at the moment. And the battle goes on. Just to stay in touch, this is Reda from Ethiopia, national champion of Ethiopia. And stay with it. Ethiopia and Eritrea, great cycling hubs within the continent, aren't they?
Yeah, they are, especially Eritrea. I've been quite fortunate to work with some of the African nations, and Eritrea is one of the kind of biggest nations, as well as kind of South Africa, always producing some very good riders, and I'm hoping, you know, the UCI have been trying to globalise cycling for many years. This, of course, is the first time that the World Championships have been in Africa, but I hope this does inspire so many of these kind of smaller nations to try and, you know, strengthen their chances within the world of cycling. Well, all of a sudden, things getting very lively. Femke de Vries has actually been a good track rider as well in her time. Just drawing out a little bit of a response. I think this is ultimately to get fed easily and take on the bottles that you need. Don't really grab a reset when you've got such a tight course as this. Oh, we pondered the IKIGALI National Park with the Big Five. I was very surprised to see that one of the Big Five is water buffalo. There you go. There they are. The water buffalo. That's where you get your mozzarella from. They have, of course, got elephants who don't get too close to them, but lovely beasts, nonetheless. Quietly dominating, I think you might say, the lions, who are declared as kings of the jungle. Something to say about that. And the baboons. You know what baboons love, Brian? They love a grape. Don't ever open a box of grapes near a baboon. You know, you might not only just lose your grapes, let me tell you that much. And the hippos. How could that be? Yeah, get off. See what I mean? Grumpy. Sort of the jungle equivalent of Brian Smith. Meanwhile, the lions do stay clear, and the white rhino. There you go. You've got to get your prowling energy together, Brian. Well, there's a few on the prowl in this race, and already we've got, you know, De Vries. De Vries is no slouch. That shows you the strength and depth of the Dutch team. 20th in the Tour de France. Recently, second overall in the Tour Cycliste Feminine International de Ardèche. You know, quite a difficult race. So, Femke de Vries, not for the first time she's been on the attack. What she's trying to do is animate this race. It was all kind of blocked off at the front. So the Dutch team have decided that they want to kind of animate it. They don't want to kind of maybe set up a counter-attack. What they're trying to do is, with the Femke, is make it difficult, inspire others. I've been in similar situations myself in races. It's not about you know, just riding at the front or you're trying to kind of chase down the Austrian rider at the front. It's about trying to provoke others, that catalyst. When De Vries went on the attack, others start to attack, but just as soon as we do this, it can all locks down again. So that catalyst, the Dutch are trying to get the others to start to race. And look who's come up to the front as well, a team with great wisdom on board. Australia. Brody Chapman, Loretta Anderson, Xander Manley, we have Ruby Rose McGann, and of course Amanda Spratt. They don't want to miss out. I think she's saying hello to her family, and I think this is one of the main reasons why she's doing this. An opportunity, World Championships. You know, this is going out worldwide, and it looks as if she's loving it. Obviously, she's tiring because she's been out there for some considerable time now. But it's either you come to the World Championships and just try and get round, or you make a name for it yourself, and that's what the Austrian is doing.
Whoa, this is one of those turns I was telling you about. Looks like got a little bit of moisture down there as well on the road. I don't know whether that was a traffic management island that they've ground out for the World Championship. Sometimes that happens. Somebody says, oh, through here. Here is the Kigali. This is that cobbled section that you've got to deal with, and you have to fully invest. And they're starting to do so. And some of those riders who find themselves isolated and alone, no teammates around them, are now getting into position. Sweden here with Caroline Anderson, just making sure that she's on the front row, she's on her own. Blanka Glash of Hungary, only 23 years of age, super versatile, and I think one of the big sort of outsiders to shine brightly today. I haven't seen hide nor hair of her. Which makes me worry just a little bit, but I'm keeping my eyes for number 72 to see indeed if I can find her. But yeah, Vass is somebody you've got to watch out for. I watched her at junior level on track, uphill and down dale, and yeah, I think as a versatile rider, and that's where you've got to look if you're looking for somebody who's just waiting in the wings to impose themselves ever so slightly. Let's wait and see. Meanwhile, the attrition rate goes on. We saw her really struggling a little bit earlier on, and she still is, I'm afraid, just off the back of the neutral service here. She's in good company, though. There were 28 here. That this is the individual neutral athlete, which is Farova. Also just struggling a little bit. Looks like she needs to increase her 6 steps to the rest. Whatever you're comfortable with riding today, comfort is hard to find.
Yeah, exactly. It's ever-changing circuits. There's a couple of quick descents, sweeping corners. It's got everything. Bubbles here, 2 sharp climbs as well. So, everything in this World Championship. And I think so far we can say that the strongest rider is won every race. Absolutely. And sometimes the bravest in juniors, that was phenomenal, wasn't it? Yeah, I think he was the strongest in the end as well. He took his opportunity, the Brits, and took a historical world title. Never been done before by any other Brit. Just as I'm searching for Hungary, there she is, number 72. They've got a new livery, and it almost looks like one of Brian's famous sort of graded sunglasses, going from green, from red through to green there. Yeah, I've got a few style tips for you. That's Brian Smith, if you're ever interested. We'll take some of your questions a little bit later on, I'm certain, but this looks like it is livening up. And it's more handed at the front because everyone's expecting action, even if it's not happening, Brian. There's a tension which is now washing over the pack. Yeah, the Dutch were trying to provoke something. Yeah. It's come to nothing. But I don't think they've sat back for too long. No. I think they'll try again.
Coming out Swiss, sending indeed a strongish selection. They've got Elise Chabet, top 10. Certainly capable of doing exactly that. In fact, she's been top 10 the last 2 occasions in the Worlds. So Chabet, not to Chabet. We've got Mara Roycer as well. Time trials, great to have somebody like that who can slingshot you into action. Naomi Röck, Yasmin Lefty, and indeed Janina Kaluri as well. So yeah. Chabet likes short, steep climbs. Guess what we've got here? Exactly that. So the Swiss Miss, as they are occasionally known, just up on the front line. Meanwhile, still out there is Karina Schreck. And the rhythm of welcome continues. Seven laps to go. We're eating into this, right?
Yeah, we're getting there, slowly but surely. It's not, the fastest time schedule so far for this race, but I'm pretty sure that so far, there's a lot of strong legs still left in this main group. It's a case of just, blocking everything out. We can say that, the Dutch want it a little bit harder, but they're not going to take it on themselves. We saw it in the under 23 men's race that the Belgians took it on and they were quite happy taking it on, but they never came up trumps in the end. But I don't think the Dutch want to just put on the front. They want to instigate something and it hasn't happened. Nobody wants to play with the Dutch at the moment.
No, they don't. And Belgium don't seem to want to play the game at all. They're sort of middle at the back at the moment. It's only 3, despite the fact they have the right to turn up here with 8. Belgium is not part of the proceedings, but Julia van der Veld is good climber, actually, good baroudeur, good counter-attacker, really. But Van Pechtenbecker, Marga, great, by Dostler, yeah, she has suddenly produced some stunning form, actually, after finishing only, well, in the 80s, I think, last time by, the last championships, or indeed, that was her best performance, I think. It was just dwell on the Big Hive, which is the convention centre. Very unconventional for a convention centre. They also have Mareka Meert as well. But it is down to the Netherlands. Some others just start to display their hope. Poland, right, I always describe them as a team that must never be underestimated. And Uradoma, who, again, somebody who translates from the track to the road very, very successfully. She took bronze in 2021, and I think this course absolutely suits her. It also, dare I say it, suits the Polish attitude, which is to upset the apple cart, go for it, be part of our thoughts.
Absolutely, New and Donofini, definitely. Tour de France last year, and pretty much, you know, saved the yellow jersey from the Gollering and Albues last year, and definitely, of course, that suited her. She's been looked after. She's the second of the Polish riders towards the front now. And yeah, definitely, if there's a championship course that suits her, then New and Donofini is definitely one of those.
Well, they've also got Martin Black, who's very experienced. Peretiko, I beg your pardon, is the support rider, Carolina. I'll get a name right in a moment. Berekitko. There we are. I got the Kitco. On the Kit Kat. Other kits are available. And they are trying to get sustenance here. And look at the cube ride. They're almost coming to a standstill. Such desperation for, indeed, fluids and sustenance.
Well, just look at the gaps in the group now, and it's always a problem. And normally you get the teammates to grab your bottles and things like that, so you don't get to the left, get your teammates to get the bottles. But for some, they don't have too many teammates, so everybody trying to grab bottles. I said how important it is to keep you know, hydrated, and this, of course, in the humidity and up at this altitude and the heat, you have to. But you miss a feat, you've got, you know, we've talked about this before, where you've been at World Championships, and even Sean Kelly, you know, was asking me, he saw me take a bottle and was asking me, you know, for some of that water. It's so important, and you know, there's a lot of hidden dangers around these feed stations.
Well, not least giving Sean Kelly a drink.
Yeah, because he finished the bottle.
Gave it back to Brian with a couple of teaspoons left.
Yeah.
Well, welcome to the Palace of Ross.
You tried for Ireland, I was trying for Great Britain.
Yeah. Never made that mistake again, did he?
No.
To be honest, he's bought you a few drinks in the past.
He has. Yeah.
To make up for it.
Not the water type.
Meanwhile, the gap at 2 minutes and 50, holding for Kiwina Shrev. Meanwhile, the party goes on. Italy staying locked and loaded. And as you can see, Trinidad and Tobago. Tayo Campbell, been very impressed with her actually. She's kept herself very much up towards the front. She's very much a looming figure, a giant it seems here. That's no great respect to a course like this of indeed that kind of body frame, but if you've got the power, then you can pour it on, take your respite where you need it within a course, and indeed impose yourself when you need to. This is Rihanna Marcus, back to the car. A little bit of a chit chat. No radios here, so good to get.
Is that Long's 10 down?
I think it might have been, yeah.
riding gravel, very good ex-professional rider, does look like him, but 26 minutes that lap there, the slowest they've gone, so I think that's why we're starting to see the Dutch trying to create something just a little bit too easy for them.
Well, shall we hear from Demi Vollering? Bronze in the time trial. Starting off today as one of Brian's golden picks, and indeed Demi Vollering could well be doing a job for us here today. So, yeah.
Well, it's hard to say because also all the other races who take place so far, you see every race is really like a different outcome. We saw Soto, we saw today, this morning, like quite a big group going to the finish line, so I think everything can happen.
How are the legs?
Oh, good. It's always, you never know until the start went, and after 2 laps you think like, okay, yeah, now I know, but no, I don't know yet.
And then it's a question of being patient.
Yes, I think, yeah.
Well, they say patience is a virtue, but more than anything, on a course like this, timing is what you need. Get that right, and it's going to go very right for you. In the absence of radios, the junior race was a good indicator to us, actually. Clearly, the Belgian team, for example, were giving some strict instructions, and they stuck to them. You've got to be a bit fluid in your approach, Brian, because ultimately, the decisions you make get magnified in their importance the closer we get to the finish line. And you can get it wrong here. You can find yourself out of position and out of contention.
Yeah, ultimately it's about you physically, how you adapt to the conditions. This is a one-day hit-out race, and you go through so many feelings and emotions. At this stage, you start to think, you start to kind of doubt yourself a little bit, and that's where you have to have the confidence, and you have to have good management in the car, making sure that everything's right. And of course, when you think maybe I'm not feeling good, you might feel good towards the end. You go through so much in a race of this because you put that importance on yourself. This is the World Championship. This is not just a one-day race. It's the World Championships. The rainbow bands are up for someone at the end of this race today, and you keep on having to remind yourself, keep the gears down, save energy, eat, drink. There's a lot going on, although we seem to be seeing that these riders just going round lap after lap, 25, 26, 34, 35 kilometres an hour. Not overly difficult for the moment anyway. So I think the key from every interview that we've had, and Vollering was right there, there's no formula to how these races are run out. We've seen different races, how they've unfolded. As you say, the junior race 36 kilometres ago, solo efforts, and then this morning in the junior women's race, it was a group coming to the end, very, very different. And of course, a lot of these pro athletes are looking at these races, trying to work out their strategy, of course, but ultimately, Carrollton, this is going to come down. And some races are not like that. Some races you can win tactically. You can win with using your own tactics, using your brain. This ultimately comes down to whether you get the legs or not. Who is the strongest rider in the race will win this race today.
Absolutely. And when indeed that spotlight gets turned on, basically the action moment, it's hard to predict. And how important do you think it is, Brian, that there's a lack of radios here? That's a great level, because some teams, of course, they wouldn't even be able to afford that sort of equipment. But that definitive coaching, if you like, that comes in through the earpiece, you've got to go back to the car if you want to have any of that. And that will become as a paucity later on, especially as the pace picks up. And the pace you're looking at right now, we're going to be seeing a little bit more of. But they've got to think for themselves, Brian. Sometimes you can do that by committee if you have teammates around you, but this is about strategizing for yourself ultimately, isn't it?
You've already got one, and I can mention the the Beijing Olympic road race where I think the Dutch got it wrong with the Austrian winning that one. And I think there is a blackboard in the front of the race. It's having that plan beforehand in the team, and we saw Marcus getting back to the camp and speaking to the Dutch manager. I don't think anything changes too much, of course. You talk about all these scenarios, Carlton, you have to remember these scenarios. One rider in front, almost 3 minutes, it's not going to change how you race. Just because if the Dutch team want to make it a little bit harder, I've already put a couple of tentative attacks in to try and spark others. Others are just going to sit and wait. So I don't think the radials are going to have a huge amount of difference. And of course, we've seen this in the Dutch team in the past as well, Carlton. And we've seen it even at the highest level in World Championships, especially with Spain and Italy and things like that. Do you want to work with that captain or this captain? Who is the captain? You would see splits in the camp. So that's why it's important, because a lot of these riders, they're probably riding together for this year. They don't ride national team races. Of course, they ride for the trade teams, and that's the difference. You have to come to World Championships with riders from different teams, rivals all year long, and put them together for one day to try and win the World Cup. Opinions, of course, are one thing about opinions is that they vary. And you're absolutely right, Brian. I remember the internal arguments within the Belgian team in particular, referendum, not happy at all about his support role. The Kigali golf. Oh, there is one happy person. You've got hands and feet on. You can hear that party going on right now. Schwab's just handing over a bottle. Meanwhile, that's a great shot, isn't it? Just next to this high lake that we're dealing with, you see the pace that they are garnering on this descent. Back to the head of proceedings, and indeed, as you can see, we've got a nice little highway section to deal with right now. I must say the road's been absolutely impeccable. Not a hint of any debris or indeed, I mean, when you look at some of the roads that we actually deal with or play with in the past, this is like a magic carpet almost, Brian. Yeah, a lot of the riders have been saying how impeccable the circuit is. Smooth roads, good roads. I dare to think what they would be like in the rain. And I hope that stays off. But one thing is for sure, it's not the fastest of laps, but Karina Shrimp is really enjoying herself in these World Championships. Good for her as well. She went off early and she's still holding a margin. It's been pretty much unchanged actually throughout. I think we've got some weather coming in. There was a suggestion of some damp on the circuit, and we are expecting a little bit more to the tree line here to follow the river, which provides the irrigation for all the tea and rice in these parts. Tea up the hills, rice in the hills. There's coffee here as well. I know. And chocolate. How would we manage without that? Meanwhile, this is a big pinch point on the circuit. This is high pace. Get into this corner, Brian. It might be a factor. Yeah, both entries to the climb's significant. See the Italians, well, they've got a lot of their team towards the front here in the Azuri blue. Almost better. They've been up there, monitoring. Yeah, I think they're the most consistent team that will be towards the front. Spain now reacting to this one, and You know, we're also seeing the Dutch, no real surprise there, is there? Germans getting involved, so yeah, I just think it's a little bit slow for some nations, and they want to try and kind of pick up the pace and go racing.
We got it now. The rhythm being beaten out to the side of the road and things down. As soon as you move gets marked out, sometimes you can just back into it. Sometimes, well, some fireworks, they don't hit the outer atmosphere. Just how important is the altitude that we're dealing with here, Brian? It has a cumulative effect through a run such as this. They feel like they've been on an altitude training camp when they finished.
Yeah, it affects people differently, and it's all about you know, your own preparation. Some doing, you know, altitude training camps, others not, and of course, you know, the air is that little bit finer. I, for one, I didn't really kind of sleep too well at altitude. And talking to a lot of kind of different riders, they're exactly the same. Of course, there is benefits, but you know, some people adapt to it better than others, and it's as simple as that.
Yeah, I find if I have even a modest oxygen debt, I start to feel really uncomfortable. Even a stuffy restaurant, I have to leave, Brian, and you know, for that very reason. And the way that you metabolize oxygen as well, it varies. It's the nature of humans. Of course, some will be from areas of the planet which, of course, thrive at altitude. Most notably the Colombians. Some Colombians live almost naturally at a very, very high level, which affects their blood cell count and how you actually deal with a lack of oxygen. It's something that's often sought out by elite athletes, isn't it? Thin air, essentially.
Yeah, it's all in the preparation. Some athletes have, you know, altitude tents at home, so you know you've got the balance that you don't have to be away, because it's so important sometimes that, you know, to be home with family. There's a lot of sacrifices made in cycling, and you know, a lot of teams were going over to Tenerife and going to the altitude training camps, and it's boring, monotonous. You know, you're either eating, sleeping, or training, and simple as that. You know, a lot of, you know, even riders that I've worked with in the past, even talking to them about joining the teams that I've been involved with, a couple of them have asked that, you know, to stay at home. They don't want to do these training camps because, okay, you get adapted to the conditions a little bit better, but it's the mentality as well. If there's no point sending a rider to an altitude training camp if he's not going to be super motivated out the other side, if he's going to be a little bit kind of down and, you know, missing home comforts and things like that. And believe me, that strikes through the whole peloton. So it's about getting that balance right. It's not just about the physical side, it's about the mental side as well.
There we are. Just looking at Marlon Boyce, brilliant time trials, as you well know, from these championships. We're avoiding giving you too many results of previous races because we're focusing on today, but also just in case you want to go and catch up with the action. Indeed, that is available to you. Great to have your company here. Great to see this fabulous festival.
abanyarwanda.
Well, the Suns decided to come and join us. We had some clouds.
Very good, Kigali, wallahi.
Bright start, I think you might say, for Karina Schwab. She is off and up the road with 92 and a little bit more kilometres remaining. She has an advantage of 2 minutes, just around that 2.5 minute mark. We're playing here in Kigali. It's the first ever World Championships on the African continent, and it is wonderful to see. Come to Kimihurura is this cobbled climb that will be a magnificent you find it more, it's the deeper we get into this race, because the percentages that we're dealing with made all the more difficult to bear because of the uneven surface. Some of those who get their gear changes wrong on the approach to this have thrown change, which is not quick. Trev is delighted to be up here. Occasionally the camera, she's given a look-see to her family. She's made it an honest race. However, the pace has not been at its highest. We're just fallen below 36 kilometres per hour. I suspect when we finish we'll be nearer the 40. There's been a few sort of animations behind, but every time anyone tries to escape from the pack, be that Spanish rider, French rider, we've seen a few attempts by them, some of those who are indeed from the lesser represented nations as well. The fire has been put out by the Netherlands. That doesn't mean to say that that is the end of duties, absolutely not. In fact, this may well liven up quicker than perhaps you had thought. And as a result, we are seeing Norway here with Alerud and Hugset just having a little bit of drive, marked out by France. Australia have been on policing duties as well. And this is the sort of time where teams can start to mix it up a little, just to kind of test others out, especially some of the stronger teams, like Italy, like the Netherlands, like France. If you're even slightly short-handed, then you might well be at a disadvantage. And Belgium have gone very quiet in this race. Quiet, I think, on the approach to it. Look at Julia van der Velde here, just keeping herself safe, just backing out on this big descent here. But, yeah, somebody who is could take on a day like this, and even with three riders, it could bizarrely act in their favour, because if you're short-handed, teams can actually start thinking, well, maybe not fully committed. I can tell you that Van Pachtenbecker will certainly be that later on for Belgium. Maybe an abundance of riches, sometimes that causes a stall within a team because you're not quite sure where the principle lies. I think there's a bit of a settlement within the Netherlands squad. Anna van der Breggen, twice a world champion. Demi Vollering, never done it, but a bronze in a time trial at the Worlds. But let's see, Roy Jakkers, all from the Netherlands. Very strong team, and suddenly absent from the front. They've done a lot of putting out fires. I think they're fed up with it, quite frankly. Belgium, well, if Van der Velde is at the back, then Miert is here, not that far away. Van Pechtenbecker as well. So Belgium may well go loud. They'll certainly want to. They made the trip, but only with 3 riders when they had the right to bring 8. Meanwhile, Schrempf, all on her own, is out front, and good for her, making us talk about Austria. You'd kind of think, Brian, the amount that we've mentioned, Scrapes, it was more than just one rider from Austria in this race.
Yeah, unfortunately for them, there is only one rider and only one chance of that. It was the Canadians in the red and the white that was going to lead it into that. Alison Jackson was on the front there leading into the bottom of the climb, came round the corner, and then the Italians doing what they've done pretty much all, just hugging that barrier side on the right-hand sides. French have came up. I don't think for one moment that the Dutch are happy with the situation. They want to instigate something. They don't want to just ride on the fronts. They want to make a race of this one, and I expect them to do something very similar, because again, you know, we're coming round here, although Schrempf has lost a lot of time, he's up towards the 3-minute mark. This first kind of part of the race has been rather slowish, and I think it, you know, for the Dutch especially, they've already shown that, you know, they want it a little bit harder.
The way that the Dutch have actually now fractured and moved back within the pack, they're sort of indicating their own isolation, I guess you might say, to the riders that are immediately shoulder to shoulder with them. I think the Dutch have got a battle plan here, and I think they're going to have some riders in a breakaway ultimately, and whether that includes the favourites, I'm not quite sure, but they've certainly decided that they're not going to waste any more time out front just holding a margin, and they've backed out of it, and other teams have kind of said, oh, what are we going to do now? Well, they've got a choice to make. They can either cohere around a drive, which seems to have happened, and it's taken the gap down to now 1:54 from around about the 3-minute marker. and other teams have had to step up. The Dutch have said, we're not doing this anymore.
I don't think it's a case of the peloton getting any faster. For me, I think it's now looking like Karina Schrems is starting to slow a little bit now. You can see Alison Jackson, the Canadian, bouncing around at the back here, and she hit the bottom of the climb at the front. She's used this sliding route, former Paris-Roubaix winner, of course, the Canadian at the back there, but she started the climb at the front, slipped back. So, you know, there's going to be a lot of this, trying to conserve energy for what's going to happen later on in this race.
A lot of Slovenian dream knocking around the place, I can tell you. Just one representative for Slovenia here at these World Championships in the Women's Elite Road Race. But Turashimira Umugi, and very accomplished she is too, partner of course of Tony Bogacic. But it's amazing how Slovenia is very much the forefront of the consciousness of cycling fans everywhere, including of course those who are at the side of the road here. Whatever gear it makes you happy. Alison Jackson spinning it up, that's a heck of a cadence to cope with this climb by.
And it's just her style really. She's not really classed as a climber. Of course a strong rider is Alison Jackson. As previously mentioned, you know, she's won Paris-Roubaix, that's a feat in itself, but started the climb at the front, finished the climb at the back. Still got the kick up towards the finishing line. I don't think she'll be a feature, but she's clearly working for someone else within that Canadian team.
Well, let's see. Always love watching a team as they often punch above their weight. It should be Magdalena Villiers. Yes, of course suits her. She was one earlier on I was saying watch out for, very much a dark horse within this group. Let's see. Well, coming home and the clock will be defeated as they cross the line. A bit of a shimmy as they all want to have a good look at this. I think once you get over a crest, of course our finish line is on one, there's always a chance that somebody will spring off, and so they want to mark them out, and I think that's what you see right now. Norwegians, again over towards the right side of your view here, so on the left hand side of the riders, the riders view. The riders are looking at that distinctive blue, white and red, mostly red, of course. Ever since Alison Jackson caused something of a shockwave around the world, they really start to follow. Nations like Denmark, of course, as well as the Norse. Not I'm afraid that Sweden, thin on the ground.
Yeah, only one rider like the other 22 races, so of course come with one rider. There's, as you said right from the start of these World Championships, not everybody has decided to send a complete team, of course.
Denmark.
Yeah, I know. So they have decided that they want to save their money in the federation and concentrate on something that they can do. I think it's a grand shame. I'd love to see the Vingegaard here, especially after the win in the Vuelta. But, you know, we have to deal with the riders that we have. And, of course, many of the women are here, apart from the obvious, Lotte Kopecky. Winner of this race over the last couple of years. So it's a shame that she is not here, but a lot of nations decide not to send full teams.
Just looking further back, and I'm watching Kugira. She's now moved to the centre of proceedings. She said this was all about folding in her energies as we go, Brian. You can get some surprises. Youngsters can come through and basically define their career almost. And just look at this. We've been talking about her at the back, and Ziggett, she got where she needs to be to get her bottom. She's put one in the cage, one tethered in her mouth as we speak. She said in an interview, you've got to be clever on a day like this, especially if you're on your own, even more so. And she's riding clever right now. She's at the point yet.
Yeah, you have to, especially when you're on your own. Most of the day she's been riding at the back, but that does tell me that she's got a sense that something may start to happen. It's one of these situations. There's some riders here, of course, that are sitting at the back here, not by choice. They started to feel the pinch. But there's some more kind of experienced riders have moved up a little bit more now, purely because they've got that feeling that something may start to happen.
Yeah, that's precisely what I was alluding to, is that you've got to be clever, especially if you're on your own, and so marking out potential moves as we approach the halfway mark of today's course. It can only get larger. This is the Volcanoes National Park, Rwanda's northern province. The mist-shrouded peaks, of course, with iconic wildlife. And if you ever are going to come to this part of the world, then make sure you go on a gorilla trek. Yeah. Sounds like fun. And yeah, here's the time that has been taken. The 5th lap completed. Floor, yeah, it slowed down, but I think that's because there's almost a regathering here. Everyone realises that the racing could well be about to really kick off. Here we go, world champs from the car, and the ice balls have started to be kicked out here, Brian. We're coming up to the mid-afternoon, the hottest part of the day.
Well, that's the fortunate part of this, and you know, being the only rider in here, you have to have a minimum number of riders to have your own team car. I would assume that that's a shared team car with some other nations.
Very much so.
So she's quite lucky to have that team car here servicing her. Most of the time she's been serviced by the pit area at the side of the road, but to go around that last lap at about 33 kilometres an hour is kind of slowish, and I think there's great anticipation here. We've not kind of lost too many riders over the last few laps. It's now 74 riders in here. We've been hovering around 74, 72, 78 across the finishing line as a group, but just look at it here, it's kind of bunched up. 33, 34 kilometres an hour. You know, we expect this race to be up towards the 40 kilometres an hour mark on the finishing line. So this is suiting some, maybe not others, and there's possibly that sense that something may happen soon, and you don't really kind of want to miss out. We've mentioned Ziegart of the Slovenian team. She's now down the back again. She can't go with everything. There's a lot of nations in here that can't go with everything because they don't have the numbers. The teams with the numbers, you know, they've got the strength. You know, they've got multiple options, so you know they can afford to do a little bit of that. But for some, they want to get a few matches to done.
They've been solid together throughout the entire run. As I've admired about Italy for quite a few years. And it's something, to my mind anyway, as we're just dwelling on France overall, just on the inside of Italy, and it's sort of darker, almost navy blue there, the sort of more Azzurro as it kicks off in Spain. A couple of probes, they have offered up there, and that test is now being answered, and thank goodness, here it goes. We're kicking off as we approach the halfway mark of this race, and suddenly reach out here with the pace. Involved as well, a few solo riders. Come on then, have a bit of this. We were talking about just 23 years of age, super versatile, heavy rider, but can climb. And she was 4th in Leuven recently, 10th in Glasgow, 4th in Labour back in the day, I beg your pardon, and indeed 10th in Glasgow. She knows how to ride a worlds. And right now, despite the fact she has youth on her side, you think maybe positive experience, she's actually been at this level before. She's on her own, and she's thinking, to hell with this, I'm out of here.
Yeah, the first riders to react there was actually Alison Jackson, the Canadian.
Yeah.
She went from the front to the back in that previous climb there. You know, that slide which we mentioned, but the Fries is the rider there from the Netherlands. But yeah, what we were saying is that sense. These slow laps, it was about time that somebody started to instigate something, and the Hungarian has. And it's another one, we've been talking about Slovenia and Ziegart. Well, Hungary have only got one chance at this as well, and you know, a strong chance at this. And she's decided that now is the moment to try and instigate something. Let's see what develops here.
Abana bapanze show.
Well, they've got a bit more swing than the Colliery band. Well, we're loving it. That's has gone, and everybody else has to respond. And there's a whole sequence of rolling punches here, and every time you're getting some of those less numerically represented nations thinking, well, yeah, maybe now's the time. If you can form into a proper cohesive fighting force up front, and Vass has asked the question, there's a few that have got some answers here. Don't be surprised if the United States have a dig into something like this. Someone like Ruth Edwards would be absolutely great to get up the road. Chloe Daggett, I think, will follow the favourites. But occasionally, if you've got anybody in as a support rider, it would be useful potentially to have them up the road. But you can draw strength. We said about these corners, Brian, in the introduction to the climbs, they are of importance and sometimes greater significance.
Yeah, they've been round here so many times already, but probably not at this speed. So, the quicker you go into that corner, the more it kind of pushes you out. The French rider at the front was pushed out, but just look at Blanca Vass. She looks so easy. She's great. Not concerned about anything, not even looking around. And as I said, another rider that is not getting any teammates to consider here. She has to look after herself and try and get the best result possible.
Here's the principal teams, the Netherlands, France, Italy in the middle of that little sandwich, and guess what, Belgium also come to join the fun. And suddenly the alarm bells are going. Germany want a part of it, Switzerland, Canada likewise, and it's just fraying off the front now, Brian. This is what we want.
Yeah, that's what the Dutch were trying to do in the last couple of laps. Just have the race start to kind of kick off a little bit. It was a little bit too slow for them, and thankfully for them it has kicked off, and now we're into the kind of 80 odd kilometres to go. It's the catalyst is started now, so we're starting to see the race start to get faster.
Well, almost catching up with the camera bike here, just switching to the other side of the road. That's not to avoid the aero, that is simply to give herself the shortest route through here. And the chase is on behind. This is a proper threat here. And look what's happened to the gap now. 1:07 down to Schwempf, who's up front. And most notably, she's got a margin here of around about 10 seconds on what is a concerted chase that actually has been responded to by the peloton. That's been wound back in. Let's see how committed this is. Just clears the nasal passages. No information will be getting back to the riders as to the demeanour of Vass up front. No radios here. Just cohering as a group. They've kind of thought about the threat, thought better of it potentially, and now they are all back together. But this is a proper reach out. The gap goes to 13 seconds between Vass and the peloton. 15 now. She looks back for the first time actually, pushing into this gap, and I'm just waiting to see what the response is. Still they're thinking about it, Brian, but at least their thoughts and their plans are now becoming clear. Hard to put everything out, every fight.
Yeah, there's no real chase here. The Tams have come to the front, the French as well, not that blue, but I think they're waiting for this golf climb to come up for some other reaction. But, one rider, I know it's Blanca Vass and a very strong rider at that, but, she's not fully committed to this one as well. She looks relaxed. She's just setting a tempo. She knows 82 kilometres to go to the finish. It's a long, long way to go on your own. Even if she catches the Austrian rider, Schwempf, it's a long, long way to go for this young 24-year-old.
Well, she double checks, and I think looking over the shoulder tells you about the commitment here. She draw out a response. I thought, as I have a lick of 6 or 7 riders that would actually just back, and too many of the principal teams were involved in the reach outs to try and moderate this gap, and now she knows that she's going to be on her own, and this will serve her well.
No, I don't think this was a plan, like you say. She was hoping maybe to see something, maybe get herself in a group, but I think too many of the stronger nations have kind of marked each other out, and she's now committed. She's not really just going to sit up. She's got 26 seconds, so she will want to go into this climb, and hopefully some riders will come across there.
Her action, though, has indeed drawn the peloton closer to Schwempf, now at 1:23. And the closer they get, the more is the bait, the temptation really for others to push out of the pack and indeed start their own race with 82 kilometres just shy of to go.
Yeah, I don't think they were really too worried about the Austrian rider here. It was more a case of riding to what they thought was the best plan of attack to try and win the race. As a sole rider, it's 3 minutes is just not enough. You're not getting any rest whatsoever at all, and it's always was going to be very hard for Karina Schreff to kind of stay away for too much longer as soon as they started racing from behind.
Absolutely fabulous levels of support here, and this will be helping Karina Schreff in her efforts here to stay out. It's just starting to close now between herself and Vas, who holds a 40-second margin thereabouts on the peloton, so it could become a Dame duo up front. How long Blanca Vas and Schreff stay together, if indeed they do come together, we will find out. Just under 200 metres to go until the top of this climb. She's done a good job. Meanwhile, it's started to happen. So the principal teams might be in favour of embedding somebody up here. This is Yara Castelline, who's gone off at the front, one of the support riders. So if there is going to be a break, sometimes you have to have the forethought to be part of the early moves of it. So you're not chasing on to be involved. Just implant somebody up the road. That's what we're seeing by some of the principal teams here.
It is interestingly as well towards the front. The South African actually Melvin Passio as well, so a few of the riders that maybe aren't the out-and-out favourites are starting to react to this. You can see that wherever the Netherlands go, the Italians were on there, and Gasparini comes up there for Italy.
This is Savarine Nyerere of Rwanda. Love their kit, by the way. Meanwhile, yeah, Vas was, I guess, the top paper, and it started all the other rockets off. When you're looking for wisdom, Ashley Moolman is certainly one of those. 38 years of age, she knows a good move when she sees it, and she is very much monitoring proceedings. Now, 2 have gone, notably Italy and the Netherlands. So this is going to be a temptation for anybody else that wants to come and join the fun. Switzerland don't want to get involved as well. There'll be a few others. Germany won't be that far behind. There's an attempt to mark out some of the strength that is now going up the road. Canada want to play the game likewise. And guess who? Slovenians Zickert not that far away from the front either. So this is getting serious. Might be mistaken with Zickert, by the way. But still, Kimberly Lecourt is very much there as well. But I think that might have been the misread. Meanwhile, 41 seconds from the peloton to Schreff with Vas in the middle. Blanca Vas, we thank her because she has animated this part of the course, and suddenly questions are being asked, and look how thin down the pack is.
Yeah, the Netherlands are starting to jab a little bit now. We've been trying to kind of think about it over the last couple of laps, and that was a couple of strong jabs there from them, but you saw some hands going up there from Italy. Wherever the Netherlands are going, Italy's going. Another move possibly in the left-hand side here from the Netherlands. So it does look as if they're starting to jab. They're starting to make this race harder and harder. It was just too slow for them.
There we go. Australia's working out. Peresident for Poland. Great support rider. She wanted to be part of proceedings. Not Niewiadoma, not yet anyway. And suddenly Vas is tagged and the peloton finds itself at 34 seconds, which means that are up for grabs here. Something special is going to happen. Does she want a shower or does she want a drink? That was the big question.
Well, I don't know what marked on it. It looks as if it wasn't water anyway, and I think that's what she was requiring.
Yeah, she wanted water, and all of a sudden she got electrolytes, and she didn't want to pour electrolytes. Get a bit sticky, right?
Of course. But this race continues. Faster and faster and harder, and the Dutch doing this seems to be their tactic. Just keep on jabbing, and I don't think they're going to give up in this one. But I think wherever they're going, the Italians seem to be wanting to go with them.
Safely into the corner, Belgium. I don't know whether this is just for pick-up by the pits. Is it a feed zone, this one? No, it's a straight-out break for it. It's great. This is Van der Velde, I believe. That has just decided to go for it. It is. So, temptation exists. Somebody else come and join the fun. Vass has done her job. Van der Velde now takes over from the three-rider Belgian team. She is very, very adept here. As you can see, part of a three-rider crew. And questions being asked. Her two teammates, by the way, are tucked in and waiting to mark out, including Van Pechtenbecker. Well, it might not be the strongest team that have been sent here by Belgium, but they're making a noise, Brian.
Yeah, sometimes you can get carried away. This is the World Championships, of course, and you know you have to play the cards when you can. Not the youngest in the field, at 32 years of age, but she's got plenty of experience. She was with the Lotto Sudal Ladies since 2017, moved over to the rival team, AG Insurance Sudal team, and she's got a contract until 2027, but you know, she struck out a body here with 78 kilometres to the goal. Everybody is seems to be kind of, definitely this should be a quite quicker lap by some margin.
Well, Julie Van der Velde, she's one of the most experienced climbing domestics, as Brian has already said, within the peloton, and is kind of a long shot for a podium. I'd marked her up as. This is Schweinfreinig, 19 seconds advantage over Van der Velde, but Margot Van Pechtenbecker is the choice for Belgium. She didn't have great worlds last time. She was 80th. I think I mentioned this earlier on today. But has been very strong this season. She's got possibly more than outsider status here. And I only say it because it's Belgium, Brian. You expect a lot from them.
Of course you do. They've always got strong riders at the World Championships. Unfortunately, it isn't here, but they've got three riders that want to make a.
Bivuye
Bring up the inside. Van der Velde is now coming up on. Schwempf now. She won't be tempted to pull the pin, but if she looks back, she might. She allows herself a glance. Is she going to stay on Van der Velde? No. Has done her job for today, and so have some others. Support rider here, Soraya Paladin. Just struggling ever so slightly. She's below there. Gasparini is also suffering.
Yeah, but rally towards the front, the back as well for Italy. So since we saw the Italians, well, they've been riding towards the front for a lot of this race, and although it's not been the fastest, it's taken its toll with some of the riders.
It certainly has, and well, not many questions have been asked, but let's see who's got the answers to whatever is posed now, shall we? 15 seconds, Shred just gathered herself a little bit. After being caught, just drifted to a couple of bike lengths off. Now she's back in thinking, well, I've got a great excuse here. I've done an awful lot of work today, so even if she asks me for a turn, if that elbow flicks out, I can say no. Just stay here as long as possible. If there is a competitivity award, I think Shred's going to get it.
Yeah, of course you will, but unfortunately there's not the World Championship. It's only about the medals.
Meanwhile, the sufferance goes on, and if you're suffering now, it can only get worse, Brian.
Yeah, Gonzalez here, and also the Danish rider here, on our own Anderson, another rider that hasn't got any teammates, and at least she's here riding, doing her best, but unfortunately not going to be for Denmark today. But just looking at the peloton behind, I think they're still quite happy with this situation. this has been a little bit of a faster lap, and you know, if you go into this lap with a 142 advantage, the sole leader of the Green Strength has now been brought back, only by Julie van der Velde, of course, but I don't think the Dutch are over as yet. They'll still want to make this race hard.
Look, some of the hats here. Bit of A3, Brian. Some tape. Got a hat. Brilliant. Meanwhile, I'm given to making paper hats for myself, to be honest, because I'm challenged with having not much of a thatch, no thatch at all. I don't go for a hair polish, but yeah, I need to keep the wind off and the sun off, and that'll have to do. This is Gonzalez at the back. Spain have been animators, actually. They've been the ones that have been probing and prodding, but right now, just up to get around about the 30 seconds mark, and we're just coming to the top of this cobbled rise, and we're still way off. And you can see by the pace here that this is a proper course. It's been a nightmare for some, Brian. I think others will have actually been watching this on television thinking, gosh, I wish I'd got.
I think there are a couple, yeah, 100%, but I think this was really kind of hyped up. Some riders have thought, well, this is not as bad as I thought initially it was. But then there's some other riders here thinking, wow, this is really difficult.
Wazaje kusiganwa Kigali. Kandi nawe nyuriza.
Well, I think so. It sounded a bit like that, didn't it? I thought I'd let you enjoy him. Hyping up the crowds here. There's a fabulous atmosphere. And here we are at the essentially the Fram Rouge. Now you see this little roller coaster you've got. That's a beautiful picture actually of just what they've got to deal with. So they get a bit of pace and you think, oh, we're only getting a bit. There's the Flam Rouge, and then all of a sudden you've got two climbs to deal with before you get to the line. Two little steps, Brian. Not kind, but wonderfully entertaining.
Yes, and you know, nice to see a lot of the African flags at the side, and you know, everybody really enjoying themselves. But another reaction in front of the peloton behind from the Netherlands. They're going to keep continuing to the plan, and the plan does mean keep jabbing, because we're going to have the sucker punch near the end.
28 seconds is the margin. We'll have a definitive in a moment, and suddenly the sparks start. Australia getting involved here as well. This is fantastic. Every single time we come around, Brian, you see this urgency. It's because there's a descent off the peak once you get through the start-finish line, and it will help drive the impetus, really, of a breakaway attempt. And right now, some of the big teams want to be involved. If indeed they've been prodded by some of the smaller teams. Alarm bells going off here for Poland as well. Niewiadoma is very quiet, just starting to move up around the outside. And a few other teams as well. France don't want to miss out. Germany are here as well. And suddenly, just appearing on the side by the barriers here, gets through. It's Ursula Ziegert keeping an eye on her. I think she's going to go well. I hope she does anyway. We've given her the billing. Here it is then. Watch for the time as they cross the line here in Kigali. We're in Rwanda, of course, in Africa for the first time with the World Championships, and it is absolutely burning down right now. This is great. Suddenly we've got a proper drive. They'll come off the peak, they'll head down into the vale, and everyone getting involved. They want to be as part of the ride. Utset for Norway is in here. There's a few others as well. And some of the more favoured riders that we will be mentioning loud and proud a little bit later on have actually just got themselves into a proper place. Marta Luck of Poland as well. We're with the Polskis right now, just handing out bottles, maybe to other nations. Got to argue your case amongst a few teams. And still, it's Austria-Belgium with Karina Schreff, who was up there right from the beginning, and Julie van der Velde, who was bridged over to her, in fact the only company that she's had, and it looks like they may well have some more company, because the gap is modest. This is going to be a breakdown, Brian, can't wait.
Yeah, that was over the finishing line there. It was 14 seconds, scaled back a little bit now. This sole chaser, it was led over by Kerbeau from France, Ruig, Niedermayer, Marcus, Malcotti, De Vries, Hansen, Lach, Chabet. So, you know, it's starting to prove, you know, that a lot of riders were really kind of interested in, you know, making this race a little bit harder now after some slower laps. But with 74 kilometres to go, we do have one rider trying to go across this gap to the two leaders in front.
Well, Will Corby's been in touch here, known as the Caffeine Kid. He said Rwanda's coffee is 25% of their national income and has got a blackcurrant tinge to it. He says absolutely delicious. So, yeah, have it. Thanks, Will. I'll have a cup later. Meanwhile, the cup runneth over. Belgium might not be the most numerous, but they want to play the game, and this is the, dare I say it, the first serious roll of the dice by a team that could well be in contention a little bit later on. Van der Velde is up there, but what temptation does it offer up? The Netherlands don't want to miss out. There'll be a few other teams as well. France, Italy. When are they going to answer the question that's been posed by Van der Velde?
Well, I don't think they're too worried about Van der Velde. I think it's more of a case of, you know, the Netherlands, and this is why we've seen Italy popped on the front now in the blue. More riders coming up for Italy. They don't want to miss out. They don't want to give the Netherlands upper hand. I said, I think a lap ago, that wherever the Netherlands go, Italy want to go with them, and you know, that's not been the case now. So I'm not going to say there's a alarm bells going off at the moment, but
there is
a nice performance to come across this cap by Shirin Van Android.
There she is. And Roy has indeed joined the fun. So now we have three, including Sharon, who must surely be a passenger within this group, but you just never know how deep you can dig. And we said that, of course, a particularly great example of it, the men's junior race. Head down then, hit the horizon, laps running out, 72.9 to go. Let's see what sort of fighting force this forms into.
Well, I think that was probably mentioned right at the start of this race, that to many of the kind of stronger teams, Italy and France, make sure that a Dutch rider doesn't get in the breakaway, and you go with them. And so far, Italy have matched everything that the Netherlands have thrown at them. This is why they've come to the front. They do not want the Netherlands having the upper hand. It's now 28 seconds. This means that the Netherlands can just follow any moves, and you know, they've got a little bit of the upper hand now. I'm not saying it's panic, but this is why the Italians, we saw a couple of them starting to be distanced at the back on the cobble to climb up towards the finish, but this is why they've come to the front. They totally believe in Longo Borghini, but they cannot allow the Netherlands to have the upper hand here.
No, they can't. And indeed, to a certain extent, the Netherlands have already got that upper hand, especially Belgium as well, because Italy are now being forced to do the driving into this gap. Australia playing clever, they're sitting in at the moment. Likewise, France not doing too much work. Once Paladin's gone, to be honest, they've kind of run out of their helpers. Gasparini, Trinca, or Tincha, I should say. Paladin as well. They potentially are going to run out of resources as we dwell on the tea-growing regions. I could do with a cup of tea myself, quite frankly. But yeah, tea culture in this part of the world is spectacular. We've already heard about the cafe culture, likewise as well. But the tea brought in as plants, saplings, you might say, in the 1930s, I believe, and indeed ever since then, coffee production we know about. Here is Pauline Farrell, just embedded at the moment as we go for a glide over the tea-growing areas, all picked by hand, almost perfect conditions here. Of course, you can find it globally. Tea productions, cha, as it is known. If you want to write the letter, the cha character in Chinese vernacular, then it is the letter T, which is where we indeed get the name from. Spectacular, all picked by hand, hyper-organic, and indeed has to be dried, has to be ground, and then it's dropped in front of a fan, and indeed to be sorted. Here's the grinding process going on for you right now. You see, you're getting it all. Green and black teas available. a nice cuppa. They're in. Where's my biscuit? Meanwhile, have the trio up front taking the biscuit? I'm not quite sure, but and neither are Italy. They're worried. Belgium now starting to mark out any kind of moves because Julie van der Velde is up the road. We'll get our next lap time. There it is. We've trimmed, getting on for 3/4 of a minute. It's going to get faster and faster. Brian, we're on a vortex.
Yeah, we are. And Van Aanrooy is making a difference here. You can see that the Italians are chasing at the front, and this is the first time that we've seen it. She came across this gap and is doing a lot of the work, but I have to say, Karina strength, when she got caught on that cobbled climb there, like you said at the time, I didn't think she was going to react to the Belgian Van der Velde, but she has, and now she's taking turns with this group.
Amazing. Well, she was able to run at her own pace. She didn't have the stress of being within the pack. Can indeed weigh you down just a little bit. She also got serviced, of course, by the UCI car, so she didn't have to take too much from anywhere else. Called for ice, got ice. So I guess in a certain sense, especially at the pace that she was going, that would have been training ride pace for many. But the average is picking up right now. We're going to nudge back over 36 kilometres an hour, but we're going to be nudging up towards 40 before you know it. Still with just under 70 k's remaining. 28 seconds is the gap. Italy are indeed leading everybody else at the moment, so they've taken the burden, Brian. When do they realise, like the Netherlands, that you can't do this for the entire day?
Yeah, well, that's the mistake that they've done. It's the only one that they've done so far. They've been riding towards the fronts. They missed Shireen Van Aanrooy go across that gap. They should have had one rider with them, so they have to repair this damage. They don't want the Netherlands having a little bit of the upper hand, having one rider. Oh, okay, it's only 3 riders in front, and still a long way to go in this race, but it just means that the Dutch can just move it in here. I'm kind of surprised the Dutch are a little bit closer towards the front here. They're kind of sitting a little bit kind of further down in this group, so it just goes to show you how much Italy won this one.
Yeah.
And, you know, they've come up to the front because there's other teams. As I said, one of the main favourites today is Pauline from Provaux. And, you know, the French have been riding well, but they haven't reacted to it, but the Italians have.
I think the French are riding very, very cleverly. Well, having won the Women's Tour de France and Paris-Roubaix, of course, Pauline Corot, it could be very historic for her. Can you imagine an 11-year gap between world titles? That would be something absolutely outstanding, I've got to say. This is Paladin.
To be honest, I think that it's going to be one big surprise, or it's kind of unknown, just because what I saw is, okay, the juniors are racing aggressively every single time. The other categories, maybe they were a little bit more chilled at the beginning of the race. I think it's because of the temperature, because of the altitude. So yeah, I'm really curious to see, because it's like in some ways up to big teams like Holland, France and Italy to start the race. And yeah, I'm really curious. I think it's going to be, realistically speaking, all about the last 3 laps.
You have the dream, that dream of the rainbow jersey?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, to be honest, it's been so far such a great experience just being here. So yeah, rainbow jersey would feel like definitely an unforgettable moment in my life.
And don't count her out. She's marked up as one of my 3 Uber outsiders here, and possibly deserves higher status than that. Kasia Nieuwe-Doma. She suits this course, and don't forget, she's been on the podium before. She was bronze 4 years ago now. So yeah, that kind of wisdom with belief and not too many expectations. Sometimes operating out of the spotlight, Brian, can serve you well.
It certainly can, and I said if there's a course that really suits Nieuwe-Doma, then it's definitely this. You know, she's coming into this 14th in the time trial. 5th in Stuttgart, never finished Romandy, which was an idea. That was the only race, the stage race she rode after the Tour de France Farm, and where she finished 3rd overall. She was defending that title, of course, but definitely getting looked after towards the front in the red shorts here, and definitely, you know, one of the major contenders here.
Well, and look how close to the front they are right now. Nuvedoma, she's got a teammate actually doing the driving. She's sitting in about wheel 6 as we stand. Australia also want to come and join the fun. Amanda Spratt, somebody else with a great deal of wisdom, 36 years of age. And sometimes wisdom counts for an awful lot, and Australia want to animate this. They've got company with Italy and Poland, and a big reach out by some of the nations who've been quiet so far. Switzerland suddenly respond as well. The alarm bells are going off, and this is strong, Brian, strong move.
Yeah, and just look at when we turned that corner there, when Italy were doing the ride, and you know, they only get one rider up there, France coming up, and you know, a lot of damage has been done at the back of this group, but I tell you what, Shireen Van Android, she's looking super strong here. She's distanced the two other riders here, really wants to put the pressure on the race.
She certainly does. Van der Velde, Van Arroy have seen off, I'm afraid, Carina Schrempf. Chapeau to her. Really, really brave ride, but I think her part up front has now come to a close because it's breaking down on the front of the peloton, and there are other teams now that want this. The Devil's distance remaining 6.6, and that always or often finds a few out. And Van der Velde has been shredded, and Van Arroy has gone up and alone off the climb here, and she might have company because there are other teams now that are starting to reach out. Alarm bells ringing, Brian. This is great.
Yeah, and you know, when you consider, you know, Australia coming here with a 5-rider team, and you know, they've started to kind of kick things off. So you know, it really is getting a little bit more animated at the front, and I think Van Ayenroy has decided that, you know, she's not going to hang around. She's not going to wait, you know, for the company. She wants to make this race hard, and this is clear that when Van Ayenroy came across this gap, she made business, and she's still holding on to 20 seconds. She wants to give the upper hand to the team of the Netherlands.
She certainly does. Well, and it's worked because there are others trying to put the fire out there, having to be neutralised. Italy doing a lot of work. If they can't get somebody up the road, and a little bit of shoulderage as well. I'm coming through whether you like it or not, says Magdalene Valerier of Canada. Super strong rider. Certainly want to watch Marta Lack up towards the front as well. It is starting to happen. I think we're going to see the Volcanoes National Park and the big gorilla memorial here. Not a memorial, but a gorilla statue. Yeah, silverback. I've got a silver top next to me, to be honest, in the form of Mr. Bryce Smithy. And in fact, look, it's got a microphone, just like you, Brian. Maybe not. We'll cheer him up, don't worry. Meanwhile, here is Schrempf. Well, thank you, Karina. That was a very brave ride. And look at the peloton. It is absolutely shredded.
Yeah, no, well done. No, it wasn't going to be the Olympic road race in Beijing all over again, although there was some similarities when she first went, but Italy really under a little bit of pressure. They rode on the front. They kind of disappeared a little bit, snatching at bottles now as they're trying to bring back Van Ayenroy, and they're not really making any inroads at all. I think it was the Australians that really kind of took it to them there, and I do believe it was for Australia there, Amanda Spratt that was getting a little bit animated there towards the front. But when you consider that Italy have been riding for the last few kilometres and not making any inroads at all to Van Ayenroy.
No, they're not. Well, here we are, the mountain gorillas in the Volcanoes National Park. These magnificent creatures have found themselves a haven and have absolutely thrived. A huge population which was diminished, but now has gone beyond stabilisation and is now, of course, starting to thrive in this protected environment. And of course, you can visit them by indeed coming to Rwanda and taking a guide and heading off into the Volcanoes National Park. Absolutely exceptionally beautiful. Well, so it's been all of the racing here at the Worlds. Just something more than to ponder, but to appreciate. And Well, you take your entertainment wherever you can find it. We've got plenty going on here, not just at the waterhole, but of course elsewhere on the road. And right now, it's fantastic because Shirin van Arooy has kicked over a hornet's nest, and here indeed come the stingers. Let's see what sort of missile can get off and up the road. We're starting to see gaps here, and everyone's now believing in this. Some riders that we haven't seen hide nor hair of suddenly appearing, Brian. It's business end of the day. Nima Fisher-Black, Wiley as well for New Zealand. They also as part of this vanguard, and here we go, we're racing.
Yeah, Italy really taking this one on from the front, and you know, they are being put under a lot of pressure now, just because of this rider here, the 23-year-old Dutch rider, and she's ridden a couple of Grand Tours this year, 11th in the Giro d'Italia, 36th in the Tour de France. Clearly got good legs because she went across that gap very, very quickly to the leaders. Went on to the golf climb, rode away with them from them, and still 25 seconds in front of Van de Velde, the Belgian. But she's clearly
BRISMITHY. What have you thought? Well, at the moment, on to the cobbles first, the cleanest entree. It won't be long before another pack comes through, and here they are. And wow, has that thinned down? Probably 35 riders only, and I'm being optimistic there. We've shred an awful lot, there'll be more to go. This is going to get very selective, and it might be now, Brian.
Yeah, Germany now coming to the front. Swiss there, of course, now the jerseys of the Dutch. Some of the riders now trying to come back. So we did have about, what, 30 odd riders. We've got another group of almost 20 riders now trying to come back. But it definitely is kicking off, and this does look as if this could be the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, it won't surprise me one little bit. Marika Neert here for Belgium. Job in support of Julie van der Velde, but particularly Van Pechtenbecker. Margot, she is here for Belgium, and they've kept themselves very quiet. Big Belgian flags on display here. And part of that hub, this is Van der Velde, one of the animators, allowing the aforementioned Margot to keep her powder dry within this group. Van der Velde, the first of the big names, I guess you might say, to go up the road. And others just starting to find these cobbles. Something of a challenge. Olivier Baril is still there, but oh my life, how tough has this day been for some others. Maud Leroux for South Africa was one of those struggling. Meanwhile, Arooy is right here, looks over her shoulder. This is not the ultimate battle plan, but it's a great first marker to be thrown on the road by the Netherlands.
Oh, she's looking strong, Shirin van Androoy from the Netherlands. And just look to see where the Italians have gone. They came up in numbers towards the front. Even in the climb up by the golf course there, they brought it back to about 20 odd seconds. Okay, we had an attack from, I think it was Amanda Spratt from the Australian national team, but it's kicked back. And yeah, I think for the Italians, they were the ones that reacted first and foremost, but this gap starting to creep up a little bit. 31 seconds. Not a huge danger on her own, but now that the Netherlands have got a rider in front, all they have to do is follow.
Well, what a luxury, I think, today, but don't sit on the cushion, as they say, because you just, quite frankly, don't know how much effort you're going to have to put in later on, but sometimes it's worth investing right now, and that's what Van Arooy is thinking. And there's a bit of a stall back here. 33 seconds is the advantage he has.
Yeah, Van Androoy doing a really good job here. I said no major reaction. One Italian rider at the front, another just starting to come up. They are a little bit kind of fits and starts, try to get organised, and then you know they kind of disappear a little bit, but they have shown that they don't want this situation. They don't want an difference. Okay, she's on her own. It's very difficult when you are on your own to stay away, but she's making a good fist of this, the 23-year-old.
Certainly is. Spain, we haven't mentioned too much about, but great experience with San Esteban. And we also have Rami Garcia, who's 10th in Glasgow, don't forget. Marina Benito, very much a dark horse for today, but you know, others can shine here. Fisher Black for New Zealand in a very good position. Also looking here, Gina Lowry for Switzerland, getting herself into position. Chiara Castellano, who did a lot of the early driving and moderating, now finds herself just a little bit second hand. No surprise there. And guess what? Urska Ziegert. It's a fantastic colour, the Slovenian national kit. In that green, we've got the green bookending either side of the front row almost, with of course others very much involved, with Ashley Moolman of South Africa on the other side, tight on the barriers. Great wisdom for her, and indeed moderating her pace, just keeping something back and waiting to pour it on. So right for the final 3 laps. Next time by our start-finish line, actually the time after, the 8th passage, we're just about to cross it for the 7th time, but in another lap, I see there being a very different complexion, Brian, because I think that's winnable from that distance.
Yeah, we haven't seen it yet. We've seen it from 36 kilometres to go in the junior race. I still think this, we heard from a couple of the riders there, kind of half expecting maybe the last 3 laps. I think it's going to be the last 2 laps here. This is just a chase. I think it's Malcotti. It's on the front for the Italians here. This is because when Roy is in front, they don't want the Dutch to have a rider in front. That was probably what everybody said in the meeting this morning. Do not allow the Netherlands to get the upper hand. Well, there's not a lot they could have done. They made a mistake and trying to retrieve it now.
They certainly are. And right now you're watching Shirin van der Rooij, and only 23 years of age. She was runner-up in the Droit d'Or, by the way, last year. Won the Alfredo Binda a couple of years ago, and everyone went, really? Yeah, better believe it, seniors race. Right now this is a proper grown-up performance that she's producing for us right now. Amstel Gold Race, finished on the podium there. Likewise, the Het Neusplat, in fact, just off the podium there. But 5th in the Vuelta Burgos last year as well. She's an extraordinarily strong rider. I mean, to have somebody like that declared a support rider, just missed out, don't forget, in the Nationals when it came to the time trial. But she is a great time trialist and can, as we're witnessing right now, dig very, very deep. She was up there in the mountains competition, the Tour de France, likewise, which is always somebody from a breakaway, it seems. And that's the position she's in right now. Grab a bottle if you possibly can. They're slamming into the hands here, as you can see, everybody needing sustenance wherever they can get it in this beautiful green and verdant land. It's green, bright because a lot of rain here, but thankfully we had a little sprinkling earlier on, but it's abated.
Yeah, a few just taking the time to bathe themselves. Well, no chance for Shirin van der Rooij today.
Let's have a look at the lap time, shall we? 23:49, we're getting there, aren't we, Brian?
Yeah, that's more like it now. And still hanging out there, it was Trinca, Colonel and Malcotti for the Italian team that were leading the group over the finishing line there. 44 riders in that bunch behind now.
Get ready. This is a pinch point, 16 seconds later. This is one of the bouncers that we worry about, possibly one of the most focused turns. Thankfully it's thinned down just a little bit. 16 seconds is a bridgeable margin, but the pack are going to come through that same corner in a few moments' time. And of course every single one of the tight corners here either introduce you to a climb or indeed one of our fast descents, Brian.
It is, and this is probably the easiest part of the circuit that we've got, because the 2 climbs come in quick succession, which kind of magnify them. But Still holding on to 14 seconds. Italy still leading the way. A depleted peloton. We started today with 104. We've got 44 riders left in that peloton behind.
I'm actually wondering whether Royak is, was the best climber, I think, of the Netherlands crew. Not taking anything away from Van der Breggen or indeed Demi Vollering, but Royak is, she's got to believe that she's got a big chance here, and she's within this pack as well. And your climbing ability, I think it gets magnified the more and more I see of this course, and the deeper you get into the race, especially as the pace is picking up right now at the end. Every single one of these climbs becomes nearer, if you will, in terms of temptation to the specialists.
Yeah, I still think this course is suiting, obviously a rider that can climb, a kind of punchy rider as well. Yeah. But definitely there's a few. Look, we've not even kind of mentioned too much Chloe Dygard. I know that her teammate was dropped not that long ago for the USA, but she's still in here. She's strong enough. Even for the Swiss, they're still here, and they're still here in numbers, and they definitely have a big opportunity with Marlene Russer after a victory in the time trial. But the pressure seems to be on the Italians, so they're taking the pressure on to bring Van Roy back. Every other team, our nation is kind of sitting back and allowing them to do it, but they will take advantage.
It's only 9 seconds, but it's not for the Netherlands to chase, it's for everybody else. And the reason it's been pared back is because others have had to fall onto that duty. Italy have done a lot. Germany is starting to join the fray here. France have kept themselves very quiet. They've ridden clever, Brian.
They have. They were riding towards the front, just keeping out of trouble. But they still have. I would say most of the major contenders are still in the race now, and I think Italy have now been on retrieval duties, and they've been successful, but others will take advantage.
Oh, some of the general animators, whenever there's a point that needs to be acted upon, Spain are happy to do it. Switzerland want to get involved as well, and suddenly, well, we said maybe with 3 laps to go, next time by that will be the case. Next time at the start-finish line, but it's already happening. 3.5 laps out. Proper animation this time by now. This one, do they mean business? Yes. Quick check over the shoulder here from Mariela Benito, the 28-year-old. There you are, you see a record at the Nationals. Clever rider. Something of a dark horse, Benito. If she's ever going to have success, it has to be from a breakaway, but she's up there. Tricia, one of those who's been doing the driving. Well, she's got gels for the picnic that she's going to allow herself if indeed she can't keep up, and at the moment she's almost pedaling squares. There's a lot of fatigue starting to wash over the peloton right now, which is suddenly cracked. There's about 15 riders only as it splits in half. Now, as we come down for this long descent, there's a little hump, then we go into an even more focused descent, short but sharp, and then we start climbing again. This is how this day is going to be reckoned, I'm afraid. You look further back, it's going to be one of attrition, Brian.
It is. I'm just looking at the amount of blue jerseys that are left, because that did pay for the Italian team. They brought it back together, but unfortunately, like I said, for them, other teams will take advantage, and they've only got, 2 riders, the Italians, left now? Maybe 3 riders maximum, but yeah, the tide has turned a little bit. Even the Netherlands have missed out on this. We just talked about the Swiss team, Naomi Root here riding, but they have Russer, who's on tremendous form, and could definitely be a contender in this one. So, just when we saw the little bit of a battle between the Netherlands and of course the Italians, now Switzerland and Spain taking advantage.
Well, and Naomi Rook, she took a bronze in the mixed relay here. She started the season with a bang by winning the Santos Tour Down Under, phenomenally accomplished. I mean, talk about bookending the season brilliantly so. She was also on the podium in this year's Milano San Remo, don't forget. And if you ever want a bitey course that could potentially mirror the way that that race indeed pans out, the most difficult part is, of course, at the pointy end. She does a great job. She also was a podium in the Cadel's road race, my favourite cyclist of all time. There you go. If you watch your cadet, right, 54.6 kilometres from home, and they're mixing it, folding over with a bit of magic. Sarah Martin now of Spain, just getting up to the front. This will be to mark out anybody who is pesky enough to try and get into the gap. Karin Andersson of Sweden as well has kept herself nice and quiet today. Bouncing at the back, this is Roy, who's up the road a little bit earlier on. And in fact, as you look to the Netherlands team on the right-hand side of the road is Roy, number 8, who's the best climber amongst them. She's gone into helping duties and possibly marking out duties as well, depending on what happens on the next climb. Here we go then, 26 seconds for this leading pair, Roy and Benito. How deep can they go, Brian?
They've given a good go, and as you've already said, a couple of good riders here. I was just counting the riders that were left. Looked like the Netherlands had 5 riders. I did see only 2 Italian riders in there, and that was Longo Borghini and Malcotti. Although one rider has made it back, she was dropped. She's come to the front again to try and kind of help out. But this is a very small group with now teams of nations with limited numbers now.
Stoll in the chase with a 34 second gap. We've been watching that clock climb spectacularly so, as the hunger to close the gap seems to have ebbed. You know, Blanco Vass is still here for hunger.
Yeah, there's a lot of good riders still in here. It's the French now are taking this on. I still believe that PAUL is the favourite for this race. They still have numbers, just like the orange jerseys of the Netherlands. But I think this next climb, the climb after the golf course here, could be quite significant.
Well, they've got to take care because there's a duo up front, not a solo. We saw going from 36 kilometres out in the men's junior race, and all of a sudden, well, sometimes you have to drink deep from the pond, and indeed, Caval has gone for it. Right, this is an offering. Let's see if anyone indeed will sacrifice themselves. It's Royak is the best climber here, who is now just starting to head off up the road, marked out by Italy. Switzerland are trying to be disruptors because they have, of course, Royak up the road. Looking further back, Australia, you know, they've been super clever today. Haven't really spoken about Australia too much. Amanda Spratt, Brody Chapman, you know, they have proper firepower there with good support from Hanson Manley and Rosman Gannon. Yeah, Australia playing it clever. Cedrine Gilbaol, the 24-year-old. Now she starts to waver just a little bit. It holds at 31 seconds to Switzerland and Spain up the road. And everyone else thinking, what is it now? Is it now? Is it now? These questions are being asked very quickly. And you've got to have an answer. If indeed this pairing have got a drive, and I think they possibly have. They certainly believe this is worth doing, Brian.
Yeah, it was interesting to see that France came up to the front and started riding, and Cabral came up and said, no, we don't ride, we try and attack. And you know, they didn't want to do what the Italians did, because after what the Italians have done riding on the front, they only have 3 riders left. That's it. So they've lost, you know, 4 riders this race already. I know that we've got a very small group here, but there's a lot of riders in here just sitting and waiting and watching the other stronger teams, you know, beat each other up and might take advantage. And for the 2 riders in front, Naomi Rook and Benito, you know, for Spain and Switzerland to be in this position is good, because they know that they've got a representative in the fronts, and then it's up to the French, the Dutch, the Italians to try and close this gap. And just look at it, it's locked down at the moment.
It is. Now, is this a struggle for Daniel Norrie? I don't know. And I think even the greats are going to find themselves asking themselves some questions on a day like this. Roy Ackers is still the healthiest of the Netherlands riders, especially when we get to the climbs, and that is almost the definition of what we have to deal with. Here is Kimberly with the court of Mauritius. hard to get a reading on a rider's demeanour, but still within that front group, which is thinning down with every single lap. Now, we thought there's a potential, some thought there was a potential to go from 3 laps out. This is that margin now, just about. It's a tough day. It was never designed to be easy, the World Championship. This one has been one of the hardest.
Yeah, I think it was already up there and was always going to be the hardest. I think the question is now, and the 42 seconds, I don't think this is the winning move, but there is certainly a little bit of concern. And the French were the first to react, and you can see Cabral come up and said, no, we don't ride, we try and attack. We don't want to do what the Italians did. Fisher Black is straight on this one, and we just started to see her for the first time in the black there for New Zealand. So there's still a sizable group here. The Dutch, well, they've not reacted too much at the moment. They were on the front foot when Van Anrooy was in front, but now it's up to the French, and they've now committed the rider towards the front now.
It is just coming up to 30 seconds. In fact, it's going the other way, 28 down from that march, and here we are. Well, I said that sometimes you've got to factor in when you can go for it. Femke de Vries now, I think this is possibly the end of her contribution. We'll see if she manages to regather herself. But some decent riders are being found out. No shame in it because of the toughness of the day and the course. It's very interesting to see who's struggling, Brian.
Yeah, it is, and De Vries had been doing a little bit of attacking before in the last few laps.
That looked like a lack of cohesion, and some words have been exchanged. Now, Fisher Black has said, I'm out of here. I'm going to go and try and join the party up front, and if others come and join me, they can light a few candles.
Yeah, Naim Fisher Black, very good rider, the Kiwi rider. They've got 2 riders here, and I'm just a little bit surprised that the Dutch team here, they do have numbers. The French tried to come across to this one. I thought Naim Fisher Black would probably wait a little bit longer and then try to do it, but you have to be in the race to have that feeling, and seeing Switzerland and Spain going down the road, and then the kind of staring out between the French, the Italians, and of course the Dutch riders. You try and take advantage, but definitely heating up. 50 kilometres to go, and 2 riders in front, only 23 seconds though.
Big close downs, another of these pesky corners, a little bit of dampness here as well. Looks like we've had a shower through just on this part of the course, and time for this pair to kind of bury the hatchet really, because they're clearly not working at their most effective. Mario Benito asking a couple of questions of Roig a few moments ago. Maybe Roig is not, it's using the excuse of not being the battle plan. Marlene Reuser is indeed the Swiss choice, but Elise Chavet as well, I think, possible for a top 10. Reuser is the time trialist as part of this group as well. In fact, I haven't seen her for a while, so I'm assuming that Chavet is the excuse that Roig is using not to dig as deep as she possibly can. In fact, Lechty is here as well. Lechty. Yeah. Gosh, plenty of options for Switzerland, I've got to say. And in fact, that's a nation that's remained a little bit quiet so far. 22 seconds. Holding station out front, it was up to 40 seconds. Not quite there just yet. Meanwhile, we look down at this group of riders, and we start to ponder. Kalori here for Switzerland as well. They're strongly represented, albeit disparate and sort of spread around this front group. And Australia now taking on the drive.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if it's a drive or not. It's kind of bunched up at the back here, but yes, maybe not. Still numbers here of the Dutch, and I think it's up to them, possibly in the French as well, who seem to have numbers. But yeah, let's see how this develops. But definitely, Naomi Rugen and Benito doing a good job at the front, just kind of out there, but I think this race is definitely not over for the moment anyway. 48 kilometres to go. When we come up to the finishing line, there'll be 3 laps to go, and I think that's when we'll start to see, you know, the real battle commence.
One of the highest speed parts of our circuit, you're looking at it right now, the average pace has picked up. We'll get a new definitive as to how quick this lap was in a short while. Barriers waiting to welcome you. Deliberately going wide there was Benito to force Rook to come through and do some work. Work rate within the pairing up front. Always difficult when there's 2 of you, Brian. There's always going to be somebody who's stronger and somebody with an excuse.
And fatigue, tiredness comes into play as well.
Exactly.
And you know, this distance out as well, and like you say, only 2 riders. But let's see. As you said, the Hungarian Vance, who was on the attack, she comes into that corner in 3rd place. But this will be testing now, because I think we may see a reaction on this cobbled climb this time.
Well, Loretta Hansen is there for Australia, and Amanda Spratt likewise. Well, we had a shrimp up the road. What about Spratt? Let's see. Can't wait. They're spread wide across the road. It looks like mark-out time still. Given what Spain have done so many times, they do it on the track as well, I've got to say. They're quite happy on some of the points races, for example, who just leave the pack behind in a velodrome, and sometimes it seems to be that's the mentality of Spain. They just love getting involved in the action. They've got a rider up front, of course, in Benito.
Yeah, and they've had success at these championships as well.
With that battle plan,
yeah, well, you can see the Swiss on the left-hand side. Well, they're quite happy with this situation. They're happy that Ruig is in front. The Italians, well, they have been doing a lot of riding. Now that they've completed in numbers, the Germans are up towards the front. I really expected to see something a little bit more from the Dutch riders. They might be waiting until a little bit kind of further up. It's locked down for the moment, but it's only 30 seconds.
What about Germany? Lina Lippert, 4th on 2 occasions. Niedermeyer as well went strongly in Glasgow, and Koch, well, she was part of, I think, breakaway plans for Germany at the beginning of this one, but hasn't had an opportunity yet. It might yet still reveal itself. Just looking at the chains getting thrown animated, courtesy of the uneven surface. We've seen chains thrown, haven't we?
Yeah, a couple of times, but different contrasting styles there, with Benito pedalling with a higher cadence and Naomi Ruig going with a little bit more of a kind of powerful display up this cobbled climb.
Well, Alice Chabet is here at the front of proceedings for Switzerland. Meanwhile, Roy Jacket at the back on the climb here, after having done a lot of, for the Netherlands there in the bright orange, number 8, having done a lot of work earlier on. That's Hong Kong's Wing Yi Jung. Brilliant work by the Hong Kong rider to be this. It was still part of the front group.
Yeah, just going to hang on the back. Something had to change here, and I thought it would be maybe the Netherlands, but it's now the French. So we've seen the previous laps had been kind of dominated by the Italians. They missed out Van Anrooy, had to chase her down, and now with Switzerland and Spain in front, it's now the team of France that have decided that they want to take this race on. They do have numbers in this group, but the Italians fell foul and have only got 3 at the moment in this kind of chase group. But yeah, you can see the contrast in style here between Benito and Ruig. Ruig powering her way up this climb.
Well, Benito a little bit more upright. Ruig means business here. No love lost between the pair of them. And look at all of the motorcycles actually trapped within the gap here. That's 27 seconds. They'll have to clear that, and they will do in a short while. They're just round and get themselves a sight of the Flamme Rouge, and storm clouds up ahead. We've got sunshine where we are, rain in the region. And here comes the peloton with the peloton wrap from the finish line. Love the atmosphere here. It's one of the fan zones, as you can hear. There's a big screen behind them as well. There's the Flam Room, a bit of respite, and they have to pick it up and start digging in once again. And they just come up over that lovely sort of roller coaster series of humps just around about the Flam Rouge, which introduces to a sequence of little dishes which they have to deal with into and back out of them. 25 seconds is the gap now, with just over 45 kilometres from home. Brian, we're at the magic 3 laps to go mark.
Yeah, I still think there'll be another lap before we see the real contenders start to kind of feature towards the front, but it's definitely kind of warming up a lot.
Brody Chapman, come on, get back in. Gosh, it's a tough game this we play, Brian.
Yeah, if you're getting distance now, it's going to be very difficult to get back to the front of the race, because the race is definitely on. The chase down for these two riders here. You can clearly see that Ruig is the stronger rider at the front. The peloton are coming. You know, they're closing this gap behind. Of course, the Swiss are happy with the situation, and you know, they're trying to kind of block things down at the back. But yeah, they're coming across the line. 3 laps to go. Started to hot up.
Certainly is. 3 hours and 23 minutes in the saddle, and we still have the none too small matter of 45 kilometres to go. We've got about an hour and a half of racing left, and they better start working together. Somebody's going to get worked over, and guess who's dead centre of the road? Absolutely remarkable. Ziga has ridden so cleverly today. She's kept herself. She's paced herself brilliantly. She spoke to us at the beginning of the day and said that that's precisely what you have to do, especially if you're on your own. Well, she's got company now, and actually Moolman from South Africa, the veteran, 38 years of age, so it's a green front to the chase at the moment. Actually, Moolman, top 20 on every single occasion she's taken part in the Worlds, and that's been numerous. 38 years of age now. How many Worlds has she done, Brian? It's a lot.
15.
Wow. What experience is that?
Yeah, no, incredible. Just looking to see there's now 34 riders in this main peloton now, and still a lot of riders that we haven't kind of really mentioned, just sitting there patiently waiting for this race to unfold. But just looking down the line there, we've got Ashley Millman, Ziga, Marcus, Kaluri, Valeris, Koch, Van Anrooy, Van der Breggen, Labus, Spratt, Nieuwen, Domo, Ferran, Prevot, Garcia, Niedermeyer, Dijgaard, Longo, Barbini, Malcotti, Vollering, Lippert, Chabet, Russo. They're all the major contenders are still in this main group.
Well, it's starting to kick off, and Australia have decided to leave the party, quite frankly. Yeah, great to see. Well, we did say Sarah's about to catch a fish. Maybe she could land the big one. Let's wait and see. And Yuva as well, kind of lurking at the front, waiting to go. And here go the markouts. This wouldn't surprise me if it's Uruyakas. Let's see in a few moments' time. She was just hanging off the back. I think, in fact, I'm looking bottom of your screen. I think Uruyakas has just taken a toot on a bottle. So the Netherlands still very much all together. But Amanda Spratt on the attack. This is great to see. Couple of podiums in the Worlds, 2018, 2019 as well, so there's been a bit of a gap. Veteran status now, 36 years of age, but sometimes a circuit such as this, wisdom counts for a big percentage of your potential success.
I tell you what, this stage, this part of the circuit, I've seen it in a couple of races already. It's quite a good position of the course to go on the attack. Of course, most people, and I've said it a couple of times today, that this is probably the easiest part of the course, but everybody's thinking, right, this is time where I can relax a little bit. And sometimes that's a good time to go on the attack and try and gain a little bit of time, and this is what Amanda Spratt's trying to do here.
Do you know the great Terry Reimer, who was an endurance motorcyclist, won the Bol d'Or 7 times. Phenomenal. I once said to him, how do you just keep winning? And he said, by making the easy bit's hard.
Yeah.
And that should be a t-shirt, Brian. Make the easy bits hard and gain the success. When everyone else has switched off, switch on,
yeah,
go.
No, exactly. Everybody's thinking, well, I can relax a little bit. Amanda Spratt decided, no, you're not relaxing, and that was the fastest lap of the race so far.
There we go. Make the easy bits hard, and Spratt has done exactly that, and has demanded answers from those to whom she has asked the question. And at the moment, it's France that's responding. Switzerland, you know, very effective, still look strong. They've been there when it's mattered, but haven't emptied themselves. And I think that is a very, very strong way to be. Just looking further back here, and Ferrand Prévot, there she is, number 25, with possibly the neatest look to her as well. Looks unhurried, Brian, unhassled. And that's a very strange thing today. Here she is.
Well, this is the way to ride. Just relax. Don't get involved. And I think for Pauline Ferrand Prévot, it will be a last lap. I think that's what we should be counting on. That let them knock lump to each other. And of course, the onus is on them a little bit. That's why they're starting to ride on the fronts.
Well, she had a long chat there with Juliette Lous, who is a great climber. So she will be essentially the climbing guard for Pauline Ferrand Prévot. So whatever their plan is, you can see that it's going to be a Labous leading in Ferrand Prévot, you can be sure of. Claire Bayol was a great time trialist, as you well know. Will also be somebody who will set the pace. Labous goes on the climb, possibly the first time of asking, as Brian said. And then Ferrand Prévot winning. Is that what your crystal ball is telling you, Brian?
Well, it does look as if patience is going to be a virtue in this one, but it really depends on what unfolds in France, and I think France have got enough riders here, and I do believe that winning move in the run up towards the finishing line, it could be a late one, but it really depends on these riders. Marlon Russo here, very strong time trialist, as we already know, already a gold medalist here at the championships, but you can look at them in the group here that they're riding off the back of France now, because France have decided that after Italy they want to control the latter part of this race.
Look at the pace down here. Now you're looking at the leads of the race. They have a 32-second margin, and they're still making a good fist of this. We're just getting into the range of being able to do something on your own, and guess what? Vas is going again. Well, she asked the questions, and the Germans respond after saying, Vas? Vas? Yes. And indeed, they want to make sure that this doesn't run away from them. Switzerland, in fact, it is, that have just embedded in here. They've got Rug up the road, but why not latch on and indeed let Vas do a little bit of work? You've got an excuse as well, not potentially to fully engage. Let's see. Spratt's been taken by the peloton, and meanwhile, Chase is back on up front. Still they wait back here, and some nerves as well. Every time you see two riders go up the road, especially with that strength and determination, Brian, you've got to be asking yourself, what on earth's going on? How do we deal with this? And look at the questions. They're already talking within the Netherlands team. That was Vollering talking to Royakkers. Again, just as Labous was being spoken to by Ferrand Prévot, Labous being the climber, Royakkers being spoken to here by Vollering. I think it's the same conversation. When do we go? You lead me out. Here we go. Look at that corner here. Vas sails in. Lichty stays with it. The pair of them are fully committed. This is Blanca Vas thinking, all right, I went earlier. I know what this course is like. I know that I've got something on board. She took a stage at the Tour de France, don't forget. That was in 2024 and 23, I beg your pardon. It was the accessory stage, and if you have a look at that and the profile of it, it was pretty much the same as today. Lumpy quick day. That's exactly what we've got, and Blanca Vas will be thinking, can I? Should I? Will I? We took a stage on the Giro, of course, a Tour de Swiss Women as well, the Romandy. 6 times a road race champion in Hungary, No other rider made the trip. She says, I want to go. And right now, she is going for it. She wants to get over to this pair. And that's fantastic. They've already found that chase with Vas. What, 14, 15 seconds on the peloton? This is brilliant. So, it's getting as animated as we'd hoped, Brian.
Yeah, it definitely is. And, you know, we still have, you know, quite a few numbers of quite a few kind of stronger nations. I think we've got 5 Marcus Ruiakers, Android, Van der Breggen and Vollering of the Dutch team still left here.
Well, the temptation is too much and France just can't bear it any longer. They need somebody to mark out. And this draws a response from the Netherlands. Of course it does. I won't be surprised if that's Ruiakers herself, but I think she's too valuable. This is likely to be... Could it be Van der Breggen herself? This is Caballon of France, who goes off up the road. She's the time trialist. This was the setup I was telling you about. So she's trying to engage in that role. So France's battle plan is already on the table. Who else is going to play their cards? Bit of a flick out of the elbow here, and Ruud comes through with Benito. Just now will go solidly on her wheel. A cord has been settled between this pair. They now are going for it because we've got a bridgeable distance now. 38 kilometres from home. We saw it in the men's juniors. There's no reason why, indeed, those with a lot more experience can make it stick from here. The trouble is the peloton itself also knows and has its own wisdom. Here's Vas in the chase with Lichty getting no help from Lichty because Ruud is up front, so 2 from Switzerland. There's the peloton behind. I think that is Ukraine with Kuskova that is within this group as well. It is. Germany doing the policing. 41 seconds the peloton, and here are the Netherlands just like cruising up. Yes, cue the Jaws music, as they say. This is Ruiakers back here, good climber, but out of position at the moment. Anderson of Sweden, also just stretching her legs. Likewise for Canada, Valliere, who I said is one of the absolute best of the outsiders here, that might be a dark horse and outside hope for Canada, is also in the vanguard. There she is, just bouncing at the back. Both the Norwegian riders are still very much in the game here, which bodes very well for Allerud. This course suits her very much so, and Uxet, who is definitely a punchy rider, couldn't garner a top 20, but she'll be hoping for more than that in this group right now. Brian, the prizes are on the table. Who's going to open the boxes?
Well, I was just counting the numbers there. We get 37 riders in the front of the race from the 3 groups here, spread over 51 seconds. We've got 5 riders from the Netherlands, 5 riders from the team of France, all three riders still in here for Germany, but more importantly, the Swiss still started with 5. I've got 5 riders still in contention at the front of the race. But the French have taken it on. They have got Ferrand, Prévost, Cabot, Labus, Lynette and Music. So they've still got 5 riders, and they want to control things, just like the Italians did before. But the Italians started with 7, but they only have Longo Borghini and Malcotti left in this group.
Yeah, it's been a fry-up. 14%. These are the steepest gradients that we have on the course. Bit of dispatch here from Ruud. Doesn't want the weight of the bottle. You saw it still had fluid within it. She'll take another one once we get over the top. And Benito's starting to struggle here. That is a rider in pain. Meanwhile, Vas has now got help from Lichty. Which means that Switzerland believe having 2 up front is better than 1, and France light up. Italy, I think, are bailing, potentially a sinking ship here, and this is fabulous. France are asking a big question. Who's going to make the answer?
Yeah, this is a big question, and that means that France want to really put pressure on the Netherlands. The Swiss are in the front foot here. They've got 2 riders at the front of the race, and you have to ask Lichty, why she's starting to ride. Well, why not? She's got Ruig in front with Benito, but there's only a matter of 15 seconds. Just as I said that France at numbers, they're starting to drop off now. So 26 here is Cabot, who's done a bit of riding, but You have to ask the question of the Netherlands here, because Anna van der Breggen at the back, Demi Vollering is a little bit further up, but just kind of hanging in the back there. You've got Rujakers as well, so you know they're a team that started to instigate, trying to push the jabs, but are sitting back for the moment.
Meanwhile, you're looking at Jasmin Lichtig with Blanca Vas, and now a gap. And here we are. Here are your answers coming through right now. This is Barbara Malakotti, who is just drifting up on the left-hand side. Not a bad climber, but options are disappearing big time for Longo Borghini in terms of support.
Yes, they started with 7. They were one of the stronger. They took it on. They closed the gap when Van Eyron went. You know, they've lost pretty much all their team, and I know that Longo Borghini is quite happy to look after herself in this situation. She likes to go long as well, so she doesn't mind. But like you said, she'll have to do pretty much most of it on her own now.
Well, I've got to say that Elise Chabet has got 2 riders up the road, which is a great gift. France would like to have something similar. Thank you very much. And of course, that drive starts now for France. What have you got? Well, mood music maybe, and Evita Mushik has indeed started to set the tempo of the final approach here. The Netherlands want to be involved. They don't want Mushik to go up the road and offer up good support. So it is that France are indeed in dictatorial role, and look at some of the big names that find themselves out of position right now. This is fascinating. That's Labousse back here, who did a lot of work a little bit earlier on. This seems to be a re-gathering, but look at this. Demi Vollering is back here. So, indeed, as well, as Gusiganwa, and we've got some real strength, have set sail. They have left the dockside, and they're about to turn on all of the outboards. Let's go.
Yeah, it seems to be some of the kind of A-listers are looking at each other.
Yep.
Some of their teammates going down the road now. It doesn't look as if this kind of main group behind, they've just detached themselves around the front of the peloton, are really interested in kind of helping each other. So it's a very interesting and balanced part of the race today.
I think Valier is part of that group for Canada. If that's the case, that is a very strong rider that could almost end up as a limpet mine within this flotilla.
Switzerland have got another rider in this group. They had 5 riders at the start. They've got one in front with Ruig. They've got Lichty in the chasing group of 2, and now they've got another rider in here.
I'm not sure if it's Chabet. If it is, they are in a very fine place. There is had to be a response. It's too strong up front. They didn't want this one to go away from them, and Ugstedt is there for Norway as well. She indeed decides to stamp on the pedals, doesn't want to miss out. Everyone knows that this is the danger. It's deliverable from this distance. They all know it. And we're just coming up and around for that descent to the cobbles, and then take us up to the start-finish line of our laps. And look at this, Marcus Manotti, Kaluri, Music, Garcia is part of this group as well. So Spain again, but Marcus up there. Fisher Black, Niedermeyer of Germany, and Valier of Canada. Wow, this is a fighting force, Brian. It's dangerous.
It is, but just look at Marcus at the back there, the Dutch rider. She's not contributing. I did think that this was maybe kind of running away from the Dutch a little bit. They went in control. Now we've got 12 riders in front with Marcus pretty much on their own. Not ideal for them, but I tell you what, for the Swiss, they're playing a blinder at the moment.
Absolutely superb. That's Chabet is just marking out that last move. Maybe she wants a tow rope over. Elise Chabet. Well, she loves short, steep climbs, and on the last 2 occasions she's been top 10 as Elise Chabet. In fact, looking at Kaluri, but Chabet is the one that marked out from the main group of favourites just behind. So she's wise to the moves, part of the battle plan, and she can push on. So she has a teammate up front, but Elise Chabet is very much dialed in. I think the Swiss are playing a blinder here, bro.
Yeah, they've got one rider in each of these groups in front.
Every one of them.
Australia now with Loretta Hansen on the front here, trying to bring things back a little bit, make it a little bit easier for Amanda Spratt. But just look at the Swiss here. They've got, with Vast there, they've got Lichte in front, they've got Ruig. Kaluri is in the chase group of 8 riders. Started with 5 riders, and already, they've got 3 riders in almost the front of the race.
Absolutely remarkable. This is Ruig now that's pushing on. Doesn't necessarily need the help of Benito. Got a 19-second gap on her teammate Yasmin Listi, who's coming over with Blanka Bass of Hungary. Then a shorter gap, just under 10 seconds, to another group, Kigali. And then amongst the favourites, they have got Chabet. What an amazing sequence of effective decisions have been taken by the riders themselves. They're not getting any help from the side of the road.
No, they're not, and I think we may see the Swiss riders here not contributing. Hansen leads on for Australia here. Let's see, because it's starting to really get serious now. 47 seconds back from the front of the race, but the riders in front are only 20 odd seconds behind. But the Swiss rider, I think Chabet, is sitting second place in that main group. She's rubbing her hands. She's got 2 teammates in this group. I don't think they'll contribute because Ruig is in front. But I tell you what, if I was them, I would encourage them to do so.
Yeah. Exactly. I think Chabet could kind of look after herself. It's ideal terrain for her. She can even bridge this, I believe, anyway. 41 seconds to the front group, certainly to the chase. Now looking at the chase at 16, 17 seconds as it is. Here is Vas just about to be absorbed. Chapeau to her. She's been one of the big animators of the day,
Yeah, just a little bit too early. Unfortunately for her, she did look strong today, but the 2 Swiss riders that were in front, it looked as if they were in trouble with that front group. Naomi, 9, Fisher Black for New Zealand, looking good at the front of the race as well.
Meanwhile, it still goes on. This is Brody Chapman, who's actually really wrestled the bike to stay with this, just goes around Loretta Hansen. Meanwhile, out front, Ruig still there. Benito's managed to hold on there on this gnarly cobble section. Once they've dealt with it, they're still going to do this twice more, don't forget, which is always going to hurt. Ruig doing a great job up front. Lichte now on her own as Vass has been absorbed. Meanwhile, chased down by a group that includes Kaluri for Switzerland. Well, it could be part of their master plan. Quite remarkable. And for everyone else, Swiss time might be running out. Let's see, 31.8 kilometres from home. Notably, of course, for this group, which we're looking at right now, just over 500 metres from the top of this cobbled section. France grinding in, sitting in others. This is Van der Breggen towards the back. Just up ahead of her is Van Arroy, who was part of the breakaway push. Vollering looking strong round the outside, not wanting anything to get away from her, and still 31 kilometres to go. And just look at this chase group, and the easiest ride of all, surely for Elise Chabet, who's part of this chase down at the moment, staying attentive. She's got a teammate with her as well. All Swiss riders still active.
Yeah, Russo. I think in the chase group, one of the Swiss riders is gone. So they've only got one rider at the front here with Ruig, another one of their teammates just behind. I think it might be Lichte, and definitely Chabet and Russo. They're looking strong today, but I think the major contenders just sitting back for the moment. Come over the top of this climb, start to head towards the finish, and over 2 laps.
Oh, Van der Breggen, that shows you just how tough this is. Van der Breggen, 2 times a world champion, and not this time by the looks of things. That is a toughie, Brian, to see.
It is. Twice winner, twice second. A couple of years out, came back to the sport. She's looked strong. Maybe not back to where she was, but she's been very, very competitive.
And again, this chase group here, just a modest margin back to the Peloton, which can almost just be described as a group itself of fewer band members. Still got Niewiadoma in here, by the way, for Poland as well. This is looking absolutely spectacular. France trying to hold on by the skin of their teeth. Italy hyper diminished as well. France actually look great, with great strength, and still we have Ziegert here for Slovenia, beg your pardon. Good Lord, what a finale this is turning out to be, and what a day it is for Switzerland. Yeah, look at this.
Tubereka still in there for the Ukraine, but I think the two in front will be joined quickly by this chasing group. They're only 8 seconds down, but you could see that Pauline Prevot was just sitting behind her teammates. She's got a couple of teammates to help her. This is some of the riders coming up to join forces at the front, but these last 2 laps, I think, with the numbers that Pauline Prevot has got, I think she'll wait to the final lap.
Niedermeyer flicks her elbow out from that chasing group, just beyond that duo going off your screen right now. And here we are. This has Marcus for the Netherlands, another great satellite to send up the road. Fisher Black for New Zealand. Niedermeyer is here for Germany. Valliere of Canada, who at the beginning of the day I was telling you that this to be an outside hope for her, and she's just bouncing nice and comfortable on the barriers, as you can see, as part of the chase. Hasn't lit it up just yet. 2 laps to go. By the time they cross this start-finish line, and right now Benito gets back involved with Rug on her back wheel, just heading to cross the line, and we'll have a look at the clock, which tells you what the deficit is back to the chase. It's hardly anything at the moment. Crossing the line, Canada here. Valliere is there. Fisher Black just on her wheel. Tucked in as well for Spain is Garcia, and suddenly it kicks off, slightly misgeared on the attempt here that comes out from Italy at the back, and this is where the big names start to come and play, Brian. We've got that kind of distance. This is deliverable, but you've got to be in the right place. Is it the right time?
Well, she always wants to go early. She is such a strong rider, but Niewiadoma was straight on her, and you can see that Kim Lacourt, the gel, she was just about to take that gel, but she had to react, and you have to react when Longo Borghini goes on the attack.
She's gone, Longo Borghini, in a good way, straight off and up the road. America also involved here, and likewise just about everybody else. But look what it's done. It's actually cracked open the treasure chest, and there is a rainbow jersey to be found within. But some are indeed without the resources to make this stick. What a moment, Brian. 2 laps to go. Here we are.
Yeah, now it's kicking off, and you know, the Vollering was up there. I don't think it's going particularly well at the moment for the Netherlands. They seem to be in the back foot. This group has come back together at the front to make a group of 10 riders, which is significant. Longo Borghini has got a teammate here. This is why she's trying to come across to this group. But yeah, it's all kicking off into the last 2 laps of the World Championships here in Rwanda, and let's see what the others have got.
Let's see what they've got indeed. Rosa and Lichty up ahead, Kalori and Roig. And indeed now we are just starting to dig in big time, and for those who have been found out, they've been found wanting potentially. Royakis Van der Roy, Demi Vollering in a chase group with Rihanna Marcus further up the road. And it looks like we might get ourselves a bit of a regathering, but it could end up being a sprint this Brian, the way that it is going, because we are regathering our resources. A lot of the teams are. Some have burnt down their teammates. Looks like Ruriakis is at the end of her resources.
Yeah, it does. She's been kind of hanging in the back for the last kind of couple of laps as well. But yeah, it's a sitting weight. It's we can see that Longo Borghini will. She's got a teammate in front, but she's on her own here. She's on the left-hand side. She did try there, but this is a few kind of hit and hopers. This is riders that have been distanced off the back and thought, well, if I stay here, I'm going to get dropped again. Why not just give it a dig?
Well, if you got it, spend it. And there's a few riders here that want to do precisely that. And as you can see, it's delivery time. If you've got anything left, you better go for it. Alarud it is, or of course, as I mentioned, that Suta brilliantly has decided that she needs to get herself up front. And every time we say one of these names, Brian, they're known to everybody. They must have the big names in their head because they're marking them out beautifully. It's a whole sequence of attacks that we're seeing now right now. It's not going to stop.
Well, this is a part of the course that we said just earlier. This is Ella Wiley of New Zealand trying to go across. Of course, she's got a teammate just in front. I'm not too sure if she knows that, but this is the part of the course that is probably the easiest of the lap, and they're trying to take advantage of it. But you can see Bongo Bergini at the back here with Pauline Provot. They're just sitting and waiting. There's a few of them doing this and playing that game of poker.
Well, here we are. Chapman is from Australia, and she's a birdie. She looked like she was struggling earlier on. Well, clearly she's refound her inner strength, which is fantastic. Alerud is here for Norway. Mentioned how well the course suits her. It's taken a while for her to show her hand, but they are here with that familiar sort of custard helmet Norwegians have as part of their kit these days. And we continue to look. This is Pauline Provot, Provot of France as well. Norway would love to remind us of their greatness as well here. It is Brodie Chapman,
Yeah, she was actually distanced on the plane. She came back, and when you came back, a little bit of speed just thought, why?
Yeah.
There's no point kind of just sitting back to get dropped again in the next plane. So, she's going straight on the attack. She was joined by Ella Wiley and Alerud just come across for Norway.
Well, time to dig in. It's Prince Albert of Monaco, of course, starting to think about World Championships themselves. Prince Albert's been a ubiquitous part, of course, of cycling in Serbia. Meanwhile, Roy Calori, two from Switzerland, as part of this group. Spain also well represented out front. And it's swollen to 10 riders this. We remind you that we have Valier of Canada. She's kept herself very quiet. Now watch her on the climbs, Brian, as well. She looks smooth as silk. This is Monsieur Lapartillon, our glorious leader here for the UCI, surrounded by the dignitaries from Rwanda. What would we think?
I never thought Bernardino was Rwandan. He's French. He was sat on the right-hand side of Lapartillon. But in the main group here, it's slowed down significantly. Look at it, 125 and growing the whole time. And
gonna get cooked.
You could see that in the group in front that there's a few riders just sitting there doing nothing, probably wondering what to do. And that can sometimes kind of hinder the front group a little bit. So Italy were represented in front with Malcotti, and Marcus was there for the Netherlands. They are not contributing at all.
They're going to miss out, Brian, because it's starting to get set. And Canada, with Magdalene Valier, she took the Trofeo Palma, don't forget. Very, very good season that she's had, but she is very loud on this kind of. And sometimes it takes a rider to be matched, and that can reveal itself even to the contender. She's on the front at the moment. She wants to set the pace. That's how fresh she is.
Probably not here. You can see the Van Anrooy going back to the car. They are a little bit uncertain about what's happening here. Marcus, I think, is doing the right thing. She's not contributing. Neither is the Malcotti of the Italian team. So it's got up to 1 minute 40 seconds already. Labus is another rider that doesn't know what to do. So there are a lot of riders in front, 10 riders in total, with another 40 seconds, 39 seconds. These are riders that were dropped the last time, trying to make amends there. But there's some strong riders in here. You mentioned Mavi Garcia, well, she's got Benito for help as well. So and Naomi Rook, we've seen already put in a big effort. But even saying that, Carlton, with 10 riders, not all contributing, sitting and waiting and playing the teammate game, but 1:46. They've lost a considerable amount of time in quick succession here.
Massive, and it's hard to find back because you're either climbing or descending, Brian. It's not like they can almost TT over on the flat. There isn't any flat for them to do that.
No, not at all. This is Citrine Kabul. She's been doing a lot of work in this race, and you know, we're on to this real kind of fast part of the course now, and I think France are starting to do something. A lot of the Dutch riders here, but they're all waiting for the orders from behind. This is the front of the race, but not everybody's contributing here. A lot of passengers. Still 1:46 is significant in the last couple of laps here, but still doable from some of the riders behind.
Do you know, in the back are 4 from the Netherlands. Yes, they've got Rihanna Marcus up front, who's a great time trialist. Might actually serve her very well, but she's got a problem that she's got some very, very strong riders around her within the front portion. And amongst the favourites, I don't know whether there's been a burn down of their ambitions, because with 23 kilometres to go, 2 minutes is a lot to make up. And if you start to push into the gap, you're going to be helping your rivals. Yeah. There's a standoff here, and here it goes. It had to happen.
Van der Breggen's one for this one. She was dropped. Look, 1:48. This is getting a little bit serious now, and you know, I don't know if they're able to get any communication up to Marcus or anything at all. But the race is not over for these riders in this main peloton, but it's significantly harder for them.
Yeah. Dare I say it? My view is that they are in serious trouble. Royak is back in here, called to duty potentially. Alarud is up front. Her teammate here, Utset, is part of the favourites. Sometimes being part of the favourites does not garner your favourite status, and Van der Breggen was marked out of this. This is what I was saying, Brian. I think the winner is going to come up from further up the road, because they're neutralising each other's drive. They're not all going to work together because they've got teammates up front as well. It might be an unexpected source of our winner today.
Yeah, it looks like Italy, France, Netherlands. I'm not contributing.
No.
Danger in the front is Naomi, or Naim. Fisher Black, she's got a teammate here, but these 3 riders were dropped the last time. But it looks as if Anna Van der Breggen, the most experienced rider in this race, is now starting to ride at the front of the peloton to try and bring this gap down a little bit more manageable.
Well, I think that can only be that she's working for Tony Vollering today, because if she's putting that kind of effort in, it's going to have a big cost. But look at the time gap, Brian, because this front group of 10, we're looking at the trio of chasers at the moment, which is Wiley of Australia, Alarud of Norway with the custard helmet, and indeed Brody Chapman as well here, the Kiwi. Meanwhile, further back down the road here, Wiley from is the Kiwi, I beg your pardon. Chapman from Australia. You of course all know that. My mistake, apologies momentarily. Getting very excited about this front group, and actually starting to wonder what on earth can be offered up. I told you about Valier. Here she is again, super fresh, and now starting to think about going on a long ranger. What sort of credentials does she have at time trial? Not the greatest, but she knows how to ride a lumpy course, and this suits her brilliantly, and Canada might make a steal here. 1:38, they found 10 seconds only, but that's in the last 2 kilometres by the peloton. They've got to get quicker, Brian.
Yeah, there's a reaction there from Marta Garcia of Spain. She put a bit of a dig in the bottom of the climb, took the Canadian Valairs with her, and also 9 Fisher Black, and Marcus is in the back foot, but just look more importantly behind Carlton. You can see that the French rider and the Italian rider is dropped from the front of the race. I'm not too sure that information will get back that quickly, but we might see more teams starting to ride on the front now.
This is big news, what's going on back here. Because there's some very big names that have been found out by the course, I believe. Minute and a half with 20 k's to go. Is that a bridge too far, Brian?
No, it's not at all. I think if the information gets back now to the French that music is now dropped from the front of the race, you'll get not only the Dutch team riding on the front, you'll get the French as well. So they'll start to ride and they can bring this gap down. We've seen it in many of the other races where, 45 seconds to a minute has been brought back in the final climb up towards the finish itself.
This test, nasty one, is going to be done by this chase in just over 50 k's, as you can see. But I always think the crest is sometimes the most difficult to take. Here's Magdalene Valier as part of this front group with Fisher Black, Nemo Fisher Black, and Mavi Garcia. That's a strong trio. I've got a lot of belief in this trio, and I think it's being, I guess, accentuated by the gaps that they're already throwing up. There we go, they've got 1:45. They are working very well on a peloton that is they're losing the answers. They've got the lexicon, but I'm afraid they just can't find how to, I guess, disseminate the messages that they're getting at from out front, which are few and far between, as we know in the world.
Yeah, they won't know what's happening. I'm not too sure if any of the team cars behind will be getting any of the pictures that we're getting. Some of them do, some of them don't. Of course, they're going through the pit area if they're getting any information kind of shouted up to them. But really, the Netherlands really on the back foot here with Marcus. Wasn't able to stay with the three riders in front. Van der Breggen now gone. Kabul, it looks like it was now gone. So it's all for some of these riders, and how many other teammates have they got left to retrieve this?
Well, Ryan Marcus is part of the chase, but look at it, it's only a 12-second margin to these riders who are now working very well together. They're all thinking about a medal. They don't know what colour. By sheer alchemy and force of will, they will indeed potentially turn bronze to gold. Let's wait and see. But I pick you a favour on a day like this is very difficult. Even if you have three riders only in contention, any one of them can win it, because if they're still here, they have what it takes.
Well, it's the perfect situation, Carlton, because all three of them are thinking, well, if we can stay away, I'm going to get a medal. So it's the perfect scenario having three riders in front. 1:46 back to the peloton. Let's see what's happening there. But I really do think it's when we go into this global climb up towards the finishing line that we now have to see the main players come out to play.
Well, I think we're going to get it, but I think they might have left it too late to play their hand. There's elbows flicking out all over the place here, and quite frankly, nobody wants to come and join the dance. There are three up the road, and they've got an amazing opportunity here today. Let's see if they can deliver it, because for everybody else, Benito comes through here. For Spain, he's got a teammate up the roads in Garcia. Now then, we are looking, that was in fact Benito, I beg your pardon. This is your trio, Garcia, Fisher Black and Valier. And the chase is, well, it's the third chase here, but where is the peloton of favourites? Nearly 2 minutes now, Brian, they're done for.
Yeah, they're here. This is the group now, and it's led by France. But I think, just looking down the line here, this, a lot of the teams are depleted. And if these riders want to contend for the victory today, they have to do it themselves, because it's a lot smaller, it's very limited. So I think Pauline Prevent-Prevot, Nimendomo, Lacourte, they all have to try and do something on this climb up towards the finish. And Chloe Dygard is still there. They cannot wait any longer now. They have to contribute or go themselves in the common climb. And I think when we get onto that, I think that's when we'll start to see strike out for glory for some of the riders that are left in that group.
I think it's too much for them. I really genuinely believe that we talked about those riders for whom this course absolutely suits. Valier was one of those who picked out right at the beginning of today for Canada, and she's here. And we haven't mentioned her much throughout the day, but said to keep an eye, and she screened herself absolutely beautifully. And the same goes for all of the three riders that are here. I'd say Garcina's probably done the most work today of that leading trio. We'll see whether that's a deficit for her later on. Ryan Marcus would not have been the pick for the Netherlands Netherlands today, but it looks like it's falling upon her shoulders because peloton itself is not listed. Naomi Rug has been very much animated today. Meanwhile, this is the front group. It's only at 6 seconds back to those that look like they're struggling now. Who's got anything left amongst this front trio? They've kind of had the opportunity to take a little bit of respite. Not much as a trio though, Brian, but some.
No, I think in the group in front, 9 Fisher Black was sitting at the back. She wasn't contributing too much. She does look relatively fresh. Mavi Garcia was looking good as well, but this is the main group pushing out to the bottom of the climb, and let's see, they have to go. They cannot wait any longer if they want to win the title. They have to go from the bottom of this climb.
Well, you've heard Uncle Brian. It's time to do or die, and there are never, as you've always said, Brian, whoever takes the rainbow bands has really earned it.
Oh, they have. No doubt about it. You got Niedermar just coming out. I've got Marcus. Well, can she make it up? Unfortunately for Kaluri, I don't think she's going to make it. But it's a big call for the Netherlands, and I don't think she will make it. But Niedermar makes it 4 in front.
Wow, Marcus struggling. Niedermar has got onto Garcia, Fisher Black and Valier. So it's 4 up front with Rihanna. Marcus trying to join the fun. Doesn't look like anyone is enjoying themselves amongst the riders. Somebody is going to win today. Any kind of medal today, let me suggest, has been extraordinarily hard fought for and is going to be almost a career-defining moment. And well, the definition of pain, Ryan, you're seeing it right now. Van Aroy, who did so much earlier on, is off the back. Likewise, Ziggert is just starting to struggle here to hold on. She's got no teammates, hasn't had all day, done a good job of neat backup, Brian.
The gap is going down 121 now, so it's getting rather interesting. But I tell you what, they cannot. If this, I think it's Labus that's at the front here, pushing hard. She has to continue to do this. When she goes, then the favourites have to go. They can close this 121 gap, but they cannot look at each other and look around. The only problem about what's happening at the front with Niedermar joining here, I said it was perfect with 3, now there's 4. Now there's a bit of kind of doubt. Well, one of us, if we do stay away, is not going to get that medal.
It might be 5, possibly 6. Switzerland, after being in such a fantastic position, just losing out now for the quartet. Yeah, somebody's going to be without a medal if they brought it home. One way still to go, of course, and the possibility that Ryan and Marcus could indeed get across. Looks like she's struggling at the moment. Kaluri might actually find hidden depths in a few moments' time as well, but she's just about to exit the cobbles, as you can see. But Niedermar, what a ride by her as well to bridge over almost solo. She was very good in Glasgow, actually, as well. Let's remind ourselves, got herself a solid top 20 there, a very difficult course, but the German, well, she can produce something special here today. She's got herself into an asking position. Minute 20 now, with 15 kilometres to go, so that's 10 Ks gone. They found, what, 25 seconds in 10 kilometres. What else have they got, Brian, to bridge?
Well, I just say that the favourites have to come out and play. They still haven't at the moment. I think they might just be leaving a little bit late now. I expected to see them pushing hard on this climb up to the finishing line, but for the moment they're leaning on the French and playing a waiting game. It might be too long a wait now.
This is a very dangerous marker that they've set down for themselves, really, and finally It looks like the wake-up call has got through. It's kind of now or never, but you know what? You can ask the body for something, Brian, and it doesn't always give it back.
Yeah, no, they have to continue at this rate, and it's how much can they continue at this rate? That's the question. But it does look as if Marcus is going to make it 5 in front, and that could make a significant difference because she will not contribute, I don't think.
Now, she's got a big excuse, and that's that she's starting amongst the favourites, but she might be the best of the Netherlands. Let's wait and see. They're beating the Hoardings. It's the bell, Brian. For who does it toll?
Yeah, still looking like this race is definitely not over yet. We get 5 in front. New Zealand, well, they've got Nian Fisher-Black, who's looked good. Maverick Garcia, well, for Spain, they could pull off a big double victory take.
That would be absolutely magnificent. Still battling is Gina Kaluri, waiting to see what the gap is. A definitive one it will be. Back to the group of favourites. Well, we've got some outsiders, not too far off our thinking points out front. But amongst them, well, who do you pick for a medal? And indeed, is it still too premature to start speaking in those terms? Kaluri takes the bell. Meanwhile, just behind, they're starting to grind themselves into the gap, and here we go. Had to be, somebody had to pick it up, and Italy now just starting to animate proceedings. They are now lit up, but is it all too late?
Yeah, Russa's coming here for Switzerland. They have been in the front foot the whole time. Then Longo Borghini, Kim Lacorte, it's all happening, but Russa, what an engine she's got, and she's gone off in pursuit, and she's only 1 minute and 2 seconds down.
Was a brilliant time trialist, and now she's setting a stall out. Could she possibly deliver something very, very special? Some that have just run out of resources from that favoured group right now. I'm afraid that Zinger looks to be one of those. Chloe Dygert alongside her just for the time being. Is it all too late? That's the big question, Brian.
Yeah, well, for Rosa, well, it's up to these 5 riders. If they contribute all the way to the line, then one of them could be a world champion. But if they start looking at each other and playing that kind of waiting game, Marcus, if she doesn't do any work, then that's the problem. But Rosa, well, she's coming with a vengeance, isn't she?
Well, let's not forget that Rosa is indeed the time trial champion. I had the privilege of calling her home a couple of days ago. She was absolutely brilliant, was Marlin. Beat Anna van der Breggen, don't forget, and Demi Vollering. Both of those are now in her wake. And Rosa is setting the mood here, I think it's fair to say, amongst the favourites. But has she left it too late? That's the big question. The same question we've been asking of all the favourites, Brian.
Yeah, but I can't understand, what's happening here with the Italians. Malcotti is sitting on Rosa, but then Borghini, she's coming back. She's been dropped already. Surely she looked behind and go, Longo Borghini needs my help. This is what they don't want. As soon as they start to hesitate, which they're doing at the moment, then every chance is gone. They're running out of time at the moment. I still believe that if they started to come out and play and ride like Rosa is doing at the moment, they would stand a chance, but not when they start marking each other out.
Well, let's have a look, shall we? The peloton detailed at a minute, but it started to fracture, and this is brilliant work by Rosa, who's had a fabulous time of things. Don't forget, individual time trial champion, so rainbow bands there. She also had a dig at the mixed medals there as well, and right now, is she going to bid for glory? She's got a lot of very quality riders up ahead of her, unfortunately, but she's possibly got the best chance among Switzerland. Chebe, I think, is still part of this group. I'm looking through, can't quite see her at the moment. Meanwhile, it is still a good vanguard of 5 that I think are still capable of taking the day that are out front.
Yeah, definitely. They're very capable. But look at Marcus, he's not doing anything. Whether it gets into the heads of the other riders, when you're in that situation, Carlton, you don't give 100%, and they still need to keep on giving 100%.
Rissa has found herself in a difficult situation. She's getting on for a 46 seconds down, and she doesn't want to do everything herself. Malcotti is basically saying, no, I'm working for Longo Borghini. I don't think Longo Borghini is going to be today. 54 seconds. This the old rule about 10 kilometres doesn't really count on this kind of distance, and the way that this day has been written, nobody is going for it. They have decided no, Brian.
Yeah, the favourites are thrown away now. Pauline Prevent-Prevot at the back. They're without teammates. They have to do it themselves. And by the looks of things, Lass Saloon is on this golf climb. Look here, Rouser. She's catching Kalori. Kalori's going to give her a little bit of help if she can.
This could be absolutely brilliant for Switzerland. Marlon Reusser, who did a fabulous job in the time trial, well, now she can TT it all the way. Nothing from Kalori. Reusser comes straight through. Malcotti stays with her. Almost got a magic carpet ride, you might say, but I don't think Malcotti has got the punch a little bit later on. She might have. She should get up the climbs better, but Reusser can take on those climbs. Super powerful athlete. Brilliant. And look at the chase that's coming up from behind here, bro.
I think that looks like Kim Lacourt is coming across here, and what a victory that would be. The first African world champion. But yeah, it's all hands to the pump now. The French are come back, and they were dropped. They've now come back trying to help out Pauline Prevent-Prevot, but this is getting too close for comfort now.
Here goes Prevot. Now we saw the long conversation that she had with Labousse. That's the tee up, and here goes Pauline Prevent-Prevot. 11 kilometres. Got a bridge 44 seconds. That's a tough ask. It depends who's on your wheel. And slotting in straight onto our wheel from Poland, Niewiadoma, who does not want to miss out on an opportunity. And there she is, rock solid, but rock and roll, you might say. Who have they got for company? That's the big question. And once again, Switzerland very much involved. Absolutely phenomenal ride as well. And it's Hug. Once more, has actually found herself in a place where she might well indeed start to feature. Longo Borghini, also now part of this big chase quartet, but will they share the duty, Brian?
Yeah, well, Longo Borghini, this is what they have to do. Niewiadoma, Pauline Prevent-Prevot, and Vollering has made it across here now. I was wondering where she was. They have to commit. Any hesitation is gone, but just looking at the gap, if that's 36 seconds to Reusser, she looks super strong here. Kalori, well, he couldn't even get on the wheel of this flying Swiss.
Alarud is in here. Labousse wants to come up and help yet again, maybe help herself to a medal. But I'm afraid this is going to be potentially too much. Let's have a look. We're looking at the lead. We've got the 10k to go marker. They just passed by that. 5 riders here, and Raini Marcus may well have a brilliant opportunity here. She's got a super card to play, which is her joker is essentially that she's working for Demi Vollering, who's coming up right now.
Look, I'm really interested. We can't see them yet. I think it's Kim Lacourt coming across the Reusser here. If she can get across, there's another couple of riders with her. This is what, 32 seconds. Reusser is really eating into this gap. She went through the finishing line just over a minute down, but look at Kim Lacourt's coming.
Wow, now then, we have one heck of a finale here. What a way to draw this, indeed, women's elite competition to a close. We'll have the men's elite race for you tomorrow, we remind you, at 9.4 kilometres from home. And have they left it too late, Brian? That's the question, the eternal one.
I think the peloton have now. They haven't. They've kind of looked at each other. The French are on retrieval now. I just thought that when Pauline Prevent-Prevot went there and Longo Borghini came across and Niewiadoma, that it could have been a fighting force, and then Vollering came across, and then all of a sudden it's been left up to Labousse, I think it is, for France. You cannot leave it up to your team. You have to do it yourself if you want to get back to the race. But 29 seconds now, 28 and counting. We're coming up to this penultimate climb, and it'll be really interesting if Reusser for Switzerland has been joined by Kim Lacourt.
I think, there we are, here's your chaser's detail. We've got the lead. Reusser is there. Lacourt detailed with her. So this now gets to be absolutely fascinating. Kigali Lacourt, we remind you, is from Mauritius. Liège-Bastogne-Liège took a stage on the Tour de France as well. She's got to dig as deep as she's ever done. She finds herself just tucked in, but right now out front, can they possibly catch them? I think the quintet might well have enough strength within their number. We still don't know what Marcus has got actually from that front group.
27 seconds now, Carlton. They've taken back quite a lot of time, 30 odd seconds. Rouser is really dialed into this. Shabby is with her as well. She will contribute. Kim Lacotte knows that she needs to get up to the group in front. This is coming really, really down to the wire now. 8 kilometres to go, 26 seconds. For this team, however, the group here with France at the front here, it could be a little bit too late for them.
Well, we thought that Switzerland may well have just mistimed themselves, but the Roycer suddenly steps it up. She drives in, and she's got Chabet. Chabet's specialism is short, sharp climbs. Guess what we've got to deal with? And look at this, even the front group now is starting to think about it, and this is because Marcus won't work, and they don't like this one little bit, and they're going to see that gap start to dissipate. They're going to allow back in Malcotti, Chabet, Roycer, and Kimberly Lacotte. Kimberly Lacotte, all the gifts may well come to her. This is madness. But they haven't got anything left. Come on, let's work together, says Garcia, and nobody wants to respond. Meanwhile, they're all sitting on Roycer at the moment, but Chabet at the back of this quartet is the favourite right now to take the title. 7.4 kilometres, we've got a chase, we've got an uninterested front group here that are starting to lose heart, essentially. They've got to re-find it, and it comes down to Valliere, the Canadian, to reignite the pace here. She doesn't want to put too much in because you'll just guide others to the title. 5 they've got there. Niedermeyer, Valliere is on the front here. Fisher Black in the vanguard as well. Garcia and Marcus. Meanwhile, chasing them down is a very, very strong group being led by the massive engine of Marlon Roycer, who Elisa Chabet, great at short, sharp climbs, has now got a teammate to try and guide her in, and there seems to be no heart in the front quintet here to make it happen for them. 22 seconds now, they're going to get caught.
Yeah, it's nothing, is it? It's absolutely nothing, and it's this rider here, Rouser, the time trial world champion, doing all the damage behind, crossed the finishing line with, what, 1 minute 2 seconds, and has cut that back to 21 seconds coming up to this penultimate climb. Kim Lacotte, well, she's got what seems like the World Championships bands on her helmet. She'll be dreaming.
She will be dreaming. It's not those bands, but she can turn them to reality. And there it is that Niedermeyer just didn't have anything left in the tank. Also peeling out of that group is Rainer Marcus, probably to try and help Vollering to the best finish. I've no idea, but what I do know is that this is time for the release, and of course it is to be Chabet. She goes for it, picks it up, and guess who? She's got Kimberly Lacotte on her back wheel. This is Marcus having pulled the pin, and they're on it here. Chabet or Lacotte, you take your pick. Right now, whatever other tools you've got left in the garden shed is what you have to use. Right now, Valliere possibly seeing her chances dissipate, and this is where the drive happens, Brian.
Well, she's got rid of Kim Lacotte, she's on her own. Chabet, well, this is her bid for glory. Longo Berghini now goes from the main group. Might be a little bit too late. Neil and Domo's there, pulling from Van Prevot, and Vollering starting to grimace. I think this is a little bit too late for these riders, but can Chabet make it to the front before the top of this climb?
Yes, she can. She's been top 10 on the last 2 occasions. Will she? We're going to find out. That is the big one. This is Valliere back here, along with Fisher Black and Garcia. But let's see how this one pans out, shall we? That was the chase at 20 seconds. This indeed is the third chase group right now that are seeing everything just dissipate. The Chabet blown up. Let's wait and see. We are waiting to see the delivery here. 6.1 kilometres to go, Brian. So close.
Yeah, it's so close. It really now depends on these 3 riders here. Will they ride? Will they help each other? Vollering has gone now, so we've got Pauline Van Prevot, the Tour de France champion, Longo Berghini, and Nemi and Domo Finney coming across the top of the climb. Just looking over the top now, we've got 3, so we're back to 3, which is a better number than 5 because they can't meddle if they ride with each other. But where is Chabet? It says 21 seconds.
No, goodness me. Brian, this is a fascinating game we play. And quite frankly, just as you think that everything is written off, others come back and play the game. Absolutely remarkable.
They do. Good effort there from Kimberly Cock there, but it's not going to be today. Whether she can kind of hang on and get something out of the day, we'll have to wait and see. Vollering is coming back, looking over the top of the climb. Now Lamborghini's got our teammate to help out Marcotti, but I'm just thinking it's a little bit too late with 5.4 to go. It looks as if the trio are going to fight out the finish, and it looks like it could be between New Zealand and Canada.
Valier, what's Mavi Garcia got? That's what I want to know. What happened to Chabet? Likewise, of course, our Mauritian here at the court didn't work out right.
No, it didn't. She tried at the bottom of that climb to go across with Chabet. And Chabet lost up in the wheel, but Chabet not closing his gap, 22 seconds, 23 seconds. Mavi Garcia is not contributing, but the other two, Valeris and Fisher Black, looking really, really strong here.
Valier has looked, we said it about 2 laps ago, amongst those up front, she looked the calmest. She's actually not followed everything, Brian. She's played this very, very clever. We're looking at 3 medals here. They've got 23 seconds, but they're under the 5Ks to go marker, and I still think they've got something left in the tank. Of course you do. You get reignited, don't you, when you're within sight of medals, and that's what we're looking at right now. 3 up is a very good number to be, because you're all going to get something out of it. But what colour?
Yeah. That's the question. Mavi Garcia, well, she was slightly distanced. Now we see Chabet and Marcus. I think it's a bit too far, a bit too late for Chabet now. She may have had the numbers, but not today. We've got 3 in front, and they look as if they're going to fight it out for glory. 47 seconds back to the main contenders at the start of the day. I think it's too much.
Well, Chabet, she's good at peaks, but she's going to have to almost climb Everest, I'm afraid, if she's going to make it home. Niedermann is about to be caught, but this is all too late for the favourites, Brian.
Yeah, I thought Ryan had done a terrific job there, tried to launch Chabet, but unfortunately it's not meant to be. They started to look at each other. The favourites going into the last few kilometres here have counted themselves out of this. The world champion is either going to be Mavi Garcia, which I think is going to struggle on this climb, but it's going to be either 9 Fisher Black from New Zealand or Magdalene Valles from Canada.
And once again, you find yourself as the contemplation of how it all slipped through their grasp is now being writ large on the faces of the French team. Here we are, we've got our medalists that are shaking out the hands here, and Mavi Garcia it is that's done the least work. Valier looks the freshest, but Naima Fisher-Black is potentially a master assassin. The rider from Nelson Down Under could well indeed make a brilliant steal, don't forget. She's had stages in the Giro in the past, the Tour of Switzerland as well, national road race champion, naturally enough. Still a youngster, but she's going to have to dig very, very deep. Chabet as well, I still haven't written off belief, and look at this, they're coming back to us. Do you want a top 5 or don't you want a top 5? She's trying to ignite something in Rainer Marcus. They're going to be out of the medals unless they work together. Chabet knows that she can do something on the climb. This is a high-speed expert. She's not going to find 25 seconds, surely, in 2.4 kilometres. Final turn they come into right now, and this is to introduce yourself to the pesky cobbles, and Valier has to go along, and she does so. That's Garcia out of the frame, and I think that Valier's got this. Look at this. That is 2 bike lengths, 3 bike lengths, 4 bike lengths. She is powering away. This is for Fisher Black to try and just regather herself. Garcia's got to dig deep as well. She's struggling here. Still a long way to go. Fisher Black's a great climber as well. And still, Chabet now has been annoyed by Marcus. She's going to try and bridge, but it might be for a bronze medal. Let's wait and see if somebody just does not manage to hold on to things from out front. And Valier it is. valiant potentially. She has gone for it. She's got Fisher Black on her case, but at a bigger distance than perhaps we thought. Oh, that looks like the champions bands are going to Canada. She has gone here with 2 kilometres to go. Can she hold on?
She must have felt really, really good to go from the bottom of the climb there, and I don't think it's quite over for Fisher Black here. Mavi Garcia, we know that was struggling before. Shabby is now within sight of a medal, but Canada, wow, this would be absolutely huge for Valeris to win this one.
Absolutely magnificent. He said you've got to ride clever if you're going to ride into the bands. And she's been there as part of the breakaway. She was also hiding herself. When she first emerged out of the pack, we said, look how fresh she looks. The Canadians may well have ridden an absolute blinder here. Don't write off name of Fisher Black either. The Kiwi, well, right now, has she got the key to anything other than silver? Let's wait and see. It looks like Garcia has indeed been smoked, and I think may well indeed fall into the clutches of Chabet for indeed a bronze medal, which kind of feels like rose gold here at the World, doesn't it? But right now, heading for the big stuff is Magdalena Valier. She's been around a long time, but yet she's still only 24 years of age. She started building massive results in Navarra back, what, 4 or 5 years ago when she was still a teenager. Well, she's taken a big old step. Here is Chabet as well. The suited her just the same way as Magdalena Valier, who is going for this right now, and she's increasing the gap, pedal stroke by pedal stroke. That's too big a distance, I would have thought, for Fisher Black to get back to her. Still, we're looking at the all of the medals on your screen at the moment, with Mavi Garcia still believing in silver.
Yeah, and definitely a medal. She keeps going, she's looking behind. Everybody's on their last legs at the moment, and she's looking to see where Shabby is. Just to put this into perspective, Valeris has won one race in her career, one race, and it's Trophy Palma. This is going to be huge for her in Canada.
Well, Fisher Black still hasn't finished. There's a lot of foreshortening from this particular camera angle, but 1400 metres for the biggest win of her career. And Maggie Valier is coming home. This looks absolutely brilliant. She mustn't look back. She's just got to keep doing what she's been doing all the race. She's kept herself fresh. She's kept herself ready. And more than that, strategy-wise, she's playing an absolute blinder. Could Canada make the steal? This would be remarkable.
Yeah, we've already seen history in these championships, and this could be history for Canada. They have medalled in the past. They've had 2 bronze medals in the history of this race. Never won gold. This could be a history-making performance by our leader of the race, Valeris.
Here is Fisher Black, still not giving up the ghost, and still a little bit of a distance before she gets up these cobbles. Right now, though, it's Valier has already gone and sprung away. Garcia's coming back. She's got to believe that in the 2-up sprint for silver, she'll possibly have the advantage. Riders all over the course here, just making the escape now. Fisher Black, who looked back and saw Garcia on her case, and is she running out of resources? The more powerful rider, presumably, is Garcia, but this rider here, Maggie Valier, is heading for glory. She got 19 seconds over Fisher Black at the top of that pit, and indeed she started to eat into this remaining distance. Only 600 metres less than that right now. She's going to do it, Brian.
Yeah, she definitely has. History's been made today by Canada, taking a gold medal. Bit of a surprise, but you have to say she's deserved it. She's looked strong throughout. She was one of the strongest in this group behind. And Canada creating history at these World Championships.
Absolutely remarkable. Magdalena Valier is valiant. Absolutely superb. She's got an extended margin right now. There's going to be a great battle for silver just behind her. But Canada, the brave, is going to make this stick. Fisher Black is still holding on for silver here. Look back behind by Mavi Garcia. I think she's possibly just running out of some resources here, but the gaps are starting to narrow big time. But comes up to the final crest here, does she? Oh, Magdalena Valier, absolutely valiant performance by her. What a final sequence she has produced for us. This has been absolutely magnificent. Canada
magnificent, bringing the maple leaf home, and will be swapping her national jersey, of course, for the rainbow stripes. The last 100 metres of what's been an incredible ride, kept herself fresh when she needed to, and now fresh out of the box it seems. She's a world champion. Rainbow bands going to Canada, absolutely superb. Chapeau to her, amazing ride. Canada World Champions, and now that Garcia just about picked it up for bronze. It looks like Chavet's just going to miss out on a medal. Fisher Black is just going to grind this one home. The 3 medals for the 3 bravest riders, it seems, out there, but let's wait and see. Fisher Black coming home for silver. Garcia is going to take a bronze. So well fought for, they most certainly have been. That's your medals, done and dusted, and they almost fall onto the bars here as Alicia Chabet, after a fantastic race by Switzerland, will come out just beyond the medals, dips her head, and indeed crosses the line for 4th place. There's absolutely no shame in that whatsoever. Canada have done it. With a defending champion